Hashtag #SubOffTwitch.
That's right. It's the Tuesday stream. What do you expect? What's happening? This is happening. This is really happening. Welcome in, everybody. How are we all doing? We got lots of lovely folks in the chat already. We got Lorelei Lime. Welcome in. We got Layla Baltan. We got Havoc the Bothering. We got Hell to Pay. We got Lexi West. We got Acton Bellatrix. And a wonderful dono from Mandy B. Thank you so much for donating £5. £5.42, I think. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Congress the Cornbread. Mandy B's here as well. And we got Middle Earth Marxist. Welcome in, everybody. What's going on? What is happening? What are you up to? How's your day been? What have you been doing? I have been to the gym. I went to a cafe. And that's it, really. That's it. That's the end of that. But I've also done some laundry, I guess, and I've been working on my script for my next video that's going to be out very soon, in a couple of weeks, possibly. We'll have to see how it goes, but the script writing's going very well at the minute. The first video is quite short compared to the second video, but I kind of want to release them quite soon after each other. If you want more information on that, !socials in the chat. Fuck it, I'll do it for you. Yeah, there it is. And you could go and check that out on Patreon if you become a patron, which I would very much appreciate, because that means money for me. Mandy has taken us up to £530.10 for the November living costs. Really appreciate that. Buzzing. And here's Almost Elise as well. Welcome in, Almost Elise. How are you? Good to see you. Yeah, I've got, honestly, like, I'm trying to think, like, what else have I got to tell you? Not a lot, really. It's just been a very normal day for me today. I actually forgot. The reason it's been such a quote-unquote normal day with not that much going on is because I actually slept in today, which is rare nowadays, but I forgot to put my alarm on last night. So I actually slept for about 10 hours or something. Foreign's got a new video out and he's grown so much, honestly. Do you mean in terms of audience or in terms of swollenness? Because he gets more massive every time I see him. I cannot reckon with the size of that man's legs. Absolutely massive. I've got leg envy. Only because I think the last post I saw of him was him with his feet in the fucking, in the actual, what do you call it? A little thing that's like, brrr, little thing, the foot spa. He had his feet in a foot spa. And I saw his calves and I was like, fuck? I do Muay Thai and my calves aren't even that big. I've got pretty big calves, but, you know. Hey, Thomuel Yorks. How's it going? Welcome in. Good sleep is really a different drug. Hits different. I agree. Yeah, and the most bizarre thing about it all is that I'm actually knackered still. I'm actually still knackered despite having slept in. Just going to move myself over here a little bit. How's that? Is that all right? Yeah, okay. Very good. What have I got to tell you, really? Nothing. Like, honestly, nothing. I was watching Nuke's top 5 videos in bed last night, scaring myself silly. Yeah, just had a good workout in the gym. It was chest day at the gym. And I had a very good chest day. It was good. The gym is very quiet at the minute, and I'm taking full advantage of that because it's going to be fucking rammed in January and February. People on that New Year's hype. New year, new me. Go to the gym for about 4 weeks solid and then give up. Sleep would be so good right now. You're running on about an hour. An hour's sleep? Oh, Thomuel, holy shit, that sucks, mate. Sorry to hear that. God damn. Hey, Prince, how's it going? Good to see you. Sleep demands more sleep. Less sleep demands more sleep. Yes. What is that about? It's so weird. I fucking hate that. Hey, Bass Junkie. Hey, I love worshipping my man. How you doing? Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. I did a week of karate as a kid, but quit crying because I cut the instructor's hand with my big toenail. Okay, thanks. Bass Junkie, you've just given me my first bit of content for the stream today. Really appreciate that. So, I got a story to tell you. I, too, used to do karate when I was younger. It was the first martial art I ever did. I found out that the company doing it was a bit of a scam company, actually. But they did teach you real karate martial arts. So that was good. But the long and short of it is this. I was really good, and they sent me off to a tournament. They sent me off to, like, I think it was 12. I must have been 12. Yeah, I must have been 12. And they sent me off to a tournament that was taking place in Sheffield. So I'd never been anywhere really outside of where I lived at that time. And I went, it was like the first time I'd ever been to like another big city, and I was like, oh my god, 12, I'm going to Sheffield to do this tournament, and it was really scary and weird, and I remember it being dead scary and weird. I ended up going to this tournament, and they put me in the rank or whatever, where I was, and I remember looking around and thinking like the kids were really small, like all the other kids were like super small, and I was thinking this doesn't seem right, and I was doing the fight and I was battering them, like I was absolutely destroying these kids, right? And then someone came up to me sort of towards the end of the final bout and was like, oh, you've been put in the wrong category, we're really sorry, we messed up, you're actually 2 years younger category than what you're supposed to be. So I was fighting 10-year-olds and I was 12, and they didn't realize until I was in the last bout, the final bout, like I disqualified all these kids crying everywhere because they'd lost to me, of like 12 years, I'm 12 years or 2 years older than them. They all knew, because when you're that young, you know when someone's older than you, don't you? It's dead obvious. Or when someone's younger than you and stuff. And I started crying. I was crying because I felt really bad for these kids. It was shit. I was just crying my fucking eyes out. And because I was crying my eyes out, I actually lost the final bout that I went into that was in my age limit. But I got a bronze medal nonetheless. So, yeah. It's like massacred these kids. All these kids crying. You know, have you ever seen the... this is probably a deep cut for some people, but there's a music video for a song called Witness the Fitness. And it's by a guy called Roots Maneuver. And it's a tune about, like, you know... well, it's a tune about a lot of stuff. It's basically like... It's a rap song, right? And this guy in the video, he goes around... and just like wins a load of races in his old primary school. He's like a 30-year-old guy, and he just like goes to a school sports day and like wins a bunch of races because obviously he's like 30 years old as like all these 10-year-old kids, and they're all going cheater, cheater at him at the end of the fucking video. It's dead funny. It felt like that. It felt like that when I saw that video about 20 years later. Actually, no, more like 10 years later. I was like, oh yeah, that was like what it was for me, but not that big of an age difference. Anyway, thought that was pretty fucking funny. So there you go. A little bit of starting content for the stream there for you. djmuel says, I built a home setup, thankfully had most of it pre-COVID, wouldn't go back to attending a public gym, waiting for kit, etc. You know, like, the public gym I go to is pretty good. It's really well ventilated. They've got air conditioning. It's on all day. And, like I say, there's not that many people in there when I go. And I wear a mask. And there's actually other people in the gym who wear masks, which is a rarity, I've heard. So I'm feeling pretty blessed that people, you know, are wearing masks in the gym. So that's great. But also, on top of that, one of the members of staff still wears a mask all the time that she's in there. And she's also really nice and helpful. Plus, she goes around and refills all the little spray bottles and stuff. And I still spray down my equipment after I've used it. Not because of COVID, because apparently the thing about COVID being on surfaces and being transmitted on surfaces is not that accurate. But because of monkeypox. Because monkeypox is actually a thing that we should all be considering. And then when you think about monkeypox as well, it makes you think about things like scabies. It makes you think about things like, you know, just picking up any kind of bacteria-related skin disease from a piece of equipment in the gym. So there's no need for us to actually, like, you know, stop wiping down equipment in gyms. I think that that's a good shout, generally speaking. And, you know, I actually used to get, oh, yeah, don't even start on Jock Itch. Holy shit, I had Jock Itch for fucking ages when I was in my early 20s. You know? I love worshiping. My man says, I really hate the gym. I just exercise at home. That's fair enough. If that works for you, it works, you know? Lexi says, I had something like that happen to me with rugby, except everyone on the team was like 3 years older. Fucking hell. Yeah, it sucks that when people just don't care about like kids' competitive sports. And they just end up putting you in, like, different weight class, different, you know, everything class. It's fucking shite. So, yeah. Hello, Emmy. How's it going? Good to see you. Welcome in. How are you doing? Yeah, people are gross in general. Sweat. All that kind of stuff. John Oliver did a good bit on monkeypox. Did he actually? That's pretty good. John Oliver is pretty good in general, isn't he? Hello, Porcelain. Hello, Julia. Hello, Adorable. Welcome in, everybody. Wasn't that always mandatory over there? Here you have to wipe down workout equipment even pre-COVID. Yeah, it's mandatory sort of like to get your sweat wiped off the thing. But they didn't have like spray bottles with antibacterial stuff in before. And like Blue Roll that's readily available for everyone. I used to take in a towel and it would be really gross because it'd have loads of other people's sweat on it. And I'd always forget to wash it. So it actually works so much better now that there's like Blue Roll for everyone to be able to use. And to be honest, like the only real people who use it is me. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, pretty dry. Yeah, it was whack previously, but now it's pretty good. Now it's pretty fucking good. So yeah, buzzing. Anyway, listen, what we got for you today? We're going to switch things up a little bit today. What we're going to do is we are going to be watching Democracy Now! In a little bit. We've got an 11-minute top US and world headlines from Big Amy to watch in a sec. But we're gonna start with the Twitter rundown. So this first story, I just want to really make sure that everybody knows what we're going into here before I click onto it, because it's going to be on the screen straight away. And that is big content warning for suicide. This next story is a story about someone who suffered with you know, extreme depression and lack of options. So big content warning for suicide as we go into this. All right, probably come back in about, I don't know, 10 minutes or 15 minutes after this. Yeah, that's a good shout. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, here it is. So the first thing that we're seeing today that we're having a look at here. Now, this is from a week ago. This is a news story about a young mother, 27 years old, who is behind on a rent and bills, struggling with the cost of living crisis, took a 3-year-old daughter by the hand and walked in front of a train. Inquest hears, right? You know, and the tweet here is sort of talking about she loved the little girl so much. What kind of society are we when a young mum is driven to death because she can see no other way out? Right, can't imagine how she was feeling. Can't imagine how she was feeling. You know, just absolutely awful to be feeling in that much despair that you don't know what to fucking do. That you want to kill yourself and your kid. Do you know what I mean? Obviously, it's not right to kill your kid, right? That's fucked up, I gotta say. Just, you know, being real with everybody right now. But I can understand why someone would be pulled to that kind of extreme, you know, sort of suicide, you know, death thing. Because, you know, I imagine if she's got no one else in her life, if she's got no one else to look after a kid, and she doesn't want a kid going in, you know, a sort of foster home where she's going to be, you know, possibly abused, possibly, you know, stuff like that. I can see where those kind of thoughts might come from. Still not right. Doesn't make it okay. But at the same time, she's actually killed herself. You know, so it's extremely fucked. But this is the reality of the cost of living crisis, right? This is the reality of the cost of living crisis that people aren't really considering. And that is that people are going to be driven to suicide in a country where suicide rates are already extremely high due to various things, right? And people are going to be driven to suicide now even more because of such a horrific reality that we're living in, where austerity is the word and people are being forced to sort of look at themselves and look at their situations and seeing no other option, right? Which again sort of backs up the argument that everybody needs to be doing as much as they possibly can to help others in need at the moment. You know what I mean? And I know it's hard to start, and I know it's hard to think about, well, where would I actually go with this? What would I actually do and stuff like that? Don't worry about that for now. But I'm sort of not making this a call to action, but I'm sort of just making this a point of, you know, a point of discussion, a point of, like, you know, to hopefully make people think. Because some people can be extremely comfortable despite the cost of living crisis and not really understand where, you know, this might lead to some people who are not as strong or as comfortable or as privileged as other people. You know? Anxiety Sloth, welcome in, Erica. How you doing? And also Nixulus, welcome in. You know, and this is true. Rishi Sunak, you and your party of evil oligarchs are all responsible for this. This is a fact. Not just that, but the capitalism that we live in society. So that's that story done and out of the way. This is just something I just wanted to get out of the way rapid, because it's not something that's nice to think about. So let's move on. Some more sort of based stuff going on here. This is what the anti-Semitism content warning is about. Not necessarily because these people in this video are being anti-Semitic. There's also another story that I'm going to be looking at that is more anti-Semitic. Actually, no, this isn't. No, I've completely got that wrong. This isn't the reason why I've got an anti-Semitism content warning. The next story is why I've got an anti-Semitism content warning. There's no anti-Semitism in this story, apart from, not even apart from, the only thing that's in this story that made me confused about that is that people are literally refusing to speak to Israeli media. Excuse me, I'm very tired, even though I've had 10 hours sleep. That's my bad. So let's check out this video. People rejecting the Israeli news channel. Small acts of boycott by the people. Let's have a little look at this. and have a little laugh. Zoom.
Ecuador, maestro. This?
Yes.
For Israel.
No, no,
Yeah.
no. Thank you.
Why?
I'm sorry.
Arabic, Arabic.
Which channel is this?
Israel channel. You don't like us?
So, pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty funny. That's pretty based. See you later. You know, if people are concerned by this and thinking like, oh, well, you know, they're just an Israeli news channel. What you have to remember about Israel is that a lot of the news that comes out of Israel is basically controlled by the state. So rejecting generic sort of Israeli news channel, it's not anti-Semitic. They're basically just saying, we don't want to give your state-funded media the attention that it wants. We don't want that. We just want to fucking, you know what I mean? We're just here to watch some football and shit. This is the World Cup, by the way, and this has been happening a lot. Apparently, there's like another thread somewhere that I don't know. But anyway, yeah, straight up get fucked. Yeah, people are finally realizing what is actually the score with Israel. The popularity of the state of Israel is literally an all-time low. This is a fact. The majority of people do not support the apartheid state of Israel. And that's that. And that's great. You know, solidarity to all Palestinians in and outside of Israel. Well, outside of Palestine, because that's what it is, isn't it? Carolina Lena, welcome in. How you doing? Yeah, based. Very based, isn't it? Welcome back, Acton Bellatrix. Okay, so yeah, the next story is the actual anti-Semitism. We've got Tim Pool here. This video is apparently extremely bizarre. We got Ye. Ye has gone on to the Timcast. If you're not sure about the Timcast, if you don't know what it is, if you're blessed enough to not know about Tim Pool, he's a piece of shit. He's a piece of shit, quote unquote, centrist. And yeah, he just makes a bunch of excuses for horrific people like Ye, for example, in his anti-Semitism. But one of the funniest things about this is, and not to mention Nick Fuentes, who's an open white supremacist, Holocaust denier, he is also in this clip. And basically, Ye gets upset and mad and apparently leaves this podcast because Tim asks him to sort of chill out on the Jewish question posting. So let's see what happens when Tim Pool asks Kanye to chill out with the Jewish question.
Yeah. I think they've been extremely unfair to you.
Who is they though? We can't say they is,
corporate
can we?
press. I'm not using the. I don't use the word as the way I guess you guys use. I'm talking.
It is
about
them though, isn't it? I mean, because
No.
because when you think about it, consider it. In 2018.
What do you mean it's not?
What do I mean? Like, okay, so how about? Are you leaving?
Are you referring to the press?
I'll say it right now.
My man just got up and walked out. That is so fucking funny. Like, what does he expect? Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, hello, Sir Goosebumps, by the way, welcome in. And hello, Alejandro, as well, welcome in, yeah. You know, literally the mildest pushback. Like, what does Tim Pool expect? Right? What does he expect when he is courting white supremacists, anti-Semites, and he pushes back on them talking about Jews in that way, right? What does he expect, right? You know, he's trying to say, no, don't do that. Well, you know, well, you can't say that. What does he think is going to happen? And this reaction is the funniest fucking shit ever. Now, obviously, it's disgusting. The things that Ye has said about Jewish people, the things that Nick Fuentes has said about Jewish people. But one funny thing that's going to happen as a result of this, I think, is we're going to start to see these big clefts in the centrists and the far right. I think that that's actually going to be happening because Tim Pool, he has quoted some far-right things, you know. He said that Club Q deserved to happen, like what happened at Club Q. And, you know, he's courted right-wingers for a long time under the guise of being a centrist. And this is what happens when you're not extreme enough. This is what happens when you're not extreme enough for them. Like, they will walk out of your interviews. They won't associate with you. They will actually make you into their enemy. And then that puts you on the same side as the leftists that for so long you've been saying are too extreme for you. So, you know, yeah, this is barely a pushback. It's a mild bump, you know? So, what do you fucking expect? What do you expect? Let's watch it again.
I think they've been extremely unfair to you.
Who was they, though? We can't say who they is,
corporate
can we?
press. I'm not using I don't use the word as the way I guess you guys use. I'm talking.
It is
about
them, though, isn't it? I mean, because
No.
because when you think about
So if you're not sure what's going on here, like this is what Sir Goosebumps was kind of alluding to with the triple parentheses them. This is a white supremacist anti-Semite dog whistle. So when people say them, like the way that Ye and Fuentes are saying them and they, like it is them though, isn't it? It is they, it is them, right? They're not being non-binary inclusive here. What they're doing is they're saying the Jews. Like when they're saying it is them, it is that, like they are doing it. They're saying it is the Jews are doing it. That's what they're saying basically. So just in case anyone's confused on what that is, like this whole bizarre exchange, it is them though, isn't it? Who are they? We can't say who they are.
consider it. In 2018.
What do you mean it's not?
What do I mean? Like, okay, so how about? Are you leaving?
Just his face. Just his face. His face. You know, me, when I realize that I'm not anti-Semitic enough for my white supremacist Nazi friends. You know? Me, when I realize I'm about to get absolutely fucking dogpiled on Twitter by actual Nazis. You know? Holy shit, dude. We love to see the right eating itself, folks. We love it. Oh, God. You know? I loved that. I didn't think that was going to be as good as it was. You know? But it is. It's great. Couldn't happen to a better individual. I agree. You know? Hey, Mr. Dank, what's going on? So, this is what the content warning for COVID-19 is. This is what it's for. So apparently this is something that's coming out. This is just my little reminder that I'm trying to do every week to remind people that COVID-19 is still real. Get yourself one of these. It's an N95 mask, FFP2 grade, not that expensive. They're a little bit more difficult to breathe through than standard surgical masks that you might have tried before, but that's because it actually prevents 96% of particles escaping or entering into it. They're very affordable. Get them got. Because at the moment, this shit is happening. Apparently, friends of Turn. Turn is a good account. You should follow Turn. Do you know what? I'm gonna drop Turn's at in the fucking chat. Go and follow Turn because Turn does a lot of sort of COVID posting about the reality of COVID, and it's important that we actually have to sort of think, you know, about. The fact that it's still there, and the fact that the neoliberal capitalist governments of the world are just pretending it doesn't exist because we're all disposable workers that are just there to... Okay, I think that's a dog. It just sounded like someone was fucking screaming outside my window, but I think it was a dog. Anyway, I hope it was a dog. But anyway, that's it. You know, get them. I've got one. I wear this in the fucking gym. I wear this when I'm fucking training. It's not that hard. You can do it. I understand people have some exemptions for masks. I understand that some people feel a little bit anxious when they have, you know, a mask that's this intense on their face. But if you're able to use it, you should, because some people aren't able to go outside at all. Still, you know, the disabled community exists. What kind of fucking leftists are we if we do not respect the disabled community? That's all I've got to say about it, because look, you know, Turner's talking here about parent friends exchanging WhatsApp messages about the fever, right? Now, what this is alluding to is that kids are getting sick with COVID because they're back at school. But because everybody thinks that COVID is gone, right? Because everybody thinks that COVID is gone, they just think it's a new disease. It's a new random fever that's happened because everybody is in denial. The mass delusion is unsustainable. That's the next tweet that comes up there, you know? I struggle with N95s due to claustrophobia, but I will try again, and if not, I'll at least do a surgical mask. Listen, you know, if that is something that you struggle with, fair enough, right? That I'm not telling people who are claustrophobic to wear this stuff. You know what I mean? Like, it's up to you how you protect other people from COVID, from you potentially infecting them from COVID. We're still masking, but damn if anyone else around us is, which is why Semiotic, also hello Semiotic, welcome to the stream, which is why we actually should be using the N95 masks, because that prevents 96% of aerosols from entering into your body. So that's what's important, because at the moment we can't expect everyone around us to buy out of the delusion right now. We literally can't, right? And that's it. You don't got a brain block yet. Looks like a black chandelle when we're all together without mind blocks. What are you talking about, Nixulus? What the fuck are you on about, actually? Anyway, thank you for the follow. Morganite Skies, welcome in. Anyway. Yeah, some jobs are just COVID cesspools. Yeah, they are. They legitimately are. I bought a bunch of N95s and they're really good. You could get boxes of lots of them for fairly cheap. Yeah, that's true. Masks are the best thing that ever happened to my social phobias. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard lots of people say that too. I ain't getting on a plane without a mask. Fuck that. Yeah, no. You will get sick if you do that, you know? You will get sick if you do that. Anyway, right. Brain blocking is just like we're all looking around looking the same. What? In what context? What are you on about here? I'm not asking for like a vague fucking riddle. Like, tell me what the fuck you're on about. Otherwise, I'm just gonna ban you. Because it sounds to me like you're being sort of like weird, conspiracy nut shit. And I don't vibe with that in my chat. Especially when I'm talking about COVID. One of the biggest fucking problems right now. Do you know what I mean? Oh, riddle me this, riddle me that. We're all just walking around looking the same. What you on about? I don't see masks. Right, you're getting banned. Fuck off. I don't know what the fuck you're on about. Get fucked. I don't see masks. What are you on about? What the fuck you want? Send me an unban request, right? But I don't know what the fuck you're on about. I asked you to fucking... Do you know what I mean? I asked you to explain yourself and not be a riddler. And you just continued riddling, didn't you? So, what do you fucking expect? God damn it, man. Anyway, hello Trashcan, how you doing? Welcome in. Masks help me go outside. Instant dysphoria cure. Yeah, like that. For some trans people, it helps. My partner, unfortunately, she doesn't. She feels more dysphoric when she wears a mask. But guess what? She still tries to wear them as often as she can. And I think that's really fucking big of her, to be honest. To go through dysphoria in order to protect people, you know? Hey, Rebel Firestorm, what's going on? I don't see masks on most of the fucking people I see in public. Yeah. Well, look, if that's what you were saying, Nixulus, please, you know, speak more plainly and you know, blatantly in your unban request. And you'll get unbanned. But, you know, don't fuck with me like that when I'm talking about something important. You know? She is a based girlfriend, yeah. You get misgendered more when you wear a mask. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Porcelain. It fucking sucks. Anyway, yeah, it's, you know, listen, this is why I'm literally sat here saying, do what you can, right? Do what you can. And consider disabled people, innit? You know what I mean? Almost never go out. COVID has given me more reason to not go out. Yeah, I mean, that's good. If you can live your life like that, that's great. You know, the one thing that I would say to be mindful of if you are living a very insular, isolated existence is that it will be affecting your mental health in ways that you might not understand. So I would argue that it is good to have things like a social bubble where you can sort of hang out with people that you trust are actually going to wear masks, or meet them outside if it's not too cold, or like, you know, if it's not too dangerous. I would advise that if you're able, you know, not saying that you should just, you know, go outside because I don't know your situation, I don't know your ability or whatever, but it's, you know, it's important to remember that. It's important to get outside a bit, even if it's on your own, just for 15 minutes every day. Even if you're just sitting on your stoop, you know, even if you're just sitting on your porch or whatever. Yeah, if you go to the park with your dogs, then you'll be laughing. Yeah, you're with your dogs, so that's cool. That's cool. You know, you won't be getting yourself into a you know, a sort of insular, anxious, I guess, anti-human mindset, because I think that that's something that's starting to happen, or it started to happen during 2020, and it's kind of progressed a little bit into 2022 and going into 2023, which is awful, because we, you know, being, you know, a sort of like thinking that everybody that's not wearing a mask is a piece of shit is absolutely untrue. You know, when people are calling it a mass delusion, this is a mass delusion orchestrated by those in power, those in the ruling class, the neoliberal elite. Do you know what I mean? But we really have to remember, this is why I keep pushing this as leftists. We should really understand that, shouldn't we? You know? Anyway. Dave Warnock says, I think it's an extremely salient point. It's very hard to recognize the impact of this stuff. Yep, absolutely. Yep. You know, none of us are PhDs in psychology, and well, maybe some of us are in the chat, I don't know, but not all of us are, and we and even if we are, sometimes people with PhDs in psychology are unable to detect you know, minor fluctuations in people's mental health and stuff like that. So it's important for us to be aware of this, and it's important for us to sort of, this is why it's important for us to talk about mental health. This is why it's important for us to voice how we feel, so then people can hear what you say and go, that doesn't sound healthy. You know what I mean? Anyway, that's that. I'll have a little read of chat just before I go into this next story. It's very funny. So I'm just kind of hiding it for the moment. In fact, you know what? It looks so professional. I'll come to this one. I'll come to this scene right here. You know, I was thinking that, djmuel. I was thinking... It's Zach App. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing, Zach? What's going on? Folks, if you don't know Zach, please go and show him some love. He's really, really cool. He's my favorite morning streamer. He turns up, he's live, and he talks about all sorts of important, very cool shit. We were on Zach App's stream. Well, I was watching Zach App's stream earlier, and he was talking about, what was it? Fujian Tuolos that are like these sort of like circular walled communes that are from not ancient China, but perhaps medieval China, right? And it's not something that I didn't even know about them, but it's really cool. So imagine a panopticon without the tower in the middle that makes everyone terrified and have psychological breakdowns because they're not sure if everyone's being observed. Like a circular, you know, like a coliseum, but where people live in it, and there's like a market in the middle and maybe some farms and shit like that. It's fucking awesome. So that's the kind of stuff you can learn about when you go to Zach's stream. So please go and show him some love. He's fucking great. Welcome in. If you're coming in from Zach's stream and you don't know me, my name's djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer. My pronouns are he, him. At the moment, we're just going through little bits and bobs that I've seen on Twitter today, or this week, or last week, and then we're going to be checking out Democracy Now!, and then we're going to be checking out a couple of video essays and some other more fun stuff. So welcome in, everybody. I hope you're having a good time, but please go follow Zach. He's great. Why did I come to this stream to talk about this? I can't remember. I was talking to chat. Hello, Alt Miss Frizzle. I like that name. That's fucking cool. Also, welcome in Freddie Drongo. How you doing? Zach, you got it. Listen, Zach, you're not a regular here yet. Like, my bot does not recognize you as a regular, so I've got to repost what you just got banned for. So there you go. Zach, banned for life. Perma-banned for daring to actually post a link in the chat. Can you believe that? But we've saved him anyway. It's all fine. There's a link to the... There's an image search to the 2 of those, so you can see what we're talking about right there. Yeah, he's trying to show us the things. Yeah, thank you, Zach. I appreciate that. So, what am I on about? What's going on? What was I talking about? Listen, we're talking about COVID at the minute. And we're talking about sort of, you know, the difference in between people being too scared to go outside and therefore... thank you for the follow. People being too scared to go outside and having that ruin the mental health, giving them sort of like insular, isolated opinions and ideas about, you know, sort of being anti-human, but at the same time understanding the necessity to wear masks and also socially distance, because the majority of people in neoliberal capitalism are under some kind of delusion forced on us by the people in the you know, the ruling positions of power, because they need us to just go out and work and be nameless drones and die for the machine, don't they? So that's what we're talking about at the minute, just in case you were wondering. So going back to that, what have we got? I do occasionally get a little claustrophobic when I'm wearing a mask, but I'm immunocompromised and I like being alive. What I would say to you about wearing masks, right, is that generally speaking, you should never be in a situation for more than an hour where you have to wear a mask. If you're doing that, the effectiveness of the mask kind of wanes anyway. So, like, if you're in a supermarket, generally speaking, you're going to spend 15 minutes to 20 minutes to maybe half an hour in a supermarket, aren't you, doing your grocery shop? That's going to be okay. And hopefully, if you are a bit claustrophobic, it's not going to bother you that much to go in there and get it done. You know what I mean? Yeah, if you're talking about, like, a 5-hour flight, like you know, what Hell to Pay is saying, that's a little bit unfortunate, you know? But hopefully you'll be able to deal with it, you know? And I guess that the main thing that you have to remember is that, like, you know, this is something that Lorelei, I'm sure, is biting fair lip about, right? Faye's probably thinking, well, I'm a nurse, I was a nurse, and we had to wear them for fucking 16-hour days. So there you go. That's that, isn't it? Layla, oh my god. Thank you so much for the £3. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. I really appreciate that. Folks, if you didn't know this, I do this for my living. I get most of the money from donations, direct donations from you lot here on Twitch. So please consider, if you are financially able to donate, please donate to the PayPal. Twitch is getting, you know, a little bit better at sort of dealing with hate raids. There was an article that they put out yesterday that I read that was about hate raids sort of, like, you know, being bad, and they're still working on it and they're doing their best to make hate raids go down, and they've taken legal action against people who are, you know, basically doing them. But they're still not perfect and they could do better. So in that regard, I'm still asking you to sub off Twitch. And to be honest, it's better for me anyway, because I get 100% of the dough that you would be spending that would normally 50% of which go to Twitch. So please consider, I would only ask you to donate the same amount of dough that you would on a sub, aka £5. And yeah, I'd really appreciate that. If we get to the £800 by the end of the stream tomorrow, which is the end of November, I will be doing an extended Trash Bingus, and there might even be a sort of consolation incentive tomorrow. Because if we don't raise, you know, 70 quid and get us to, like, you know, £600 tonight, then I might say, oh, well, tomorrow, if we can get to £600, then we'll do this, whatever this is. Right? Does that make sense? Anyway, there's the spiel. I've done that for a little bit. You've all listened, and that's great. But anyway, let's move on. Thank you again for the dono, Layla. I really appreciate that. Expand Bingus. Yeah. So, masks. Where was I? Necro opportunities. That's right, yeah. It's wet outside. I think I'm going to skip going outside today. That's fine. But I would also encourage people to get umbrellas, because if it's raining, there's nothing more nice than standing outside in the rain while you're nice and cozy and warm. Get yourself a hot water bottle, sit on the step, and get an umbrella. I've done that before. It's dead nice. I got a coach from Brum to Manchester 2 weeks ago, and you were the only one wearing a mask. Again, this is the importance of wearing an N95 mask rather than just a cloth mask, because we know cloth masks aren't as effective as N95 masks. Get them. You can get them on Amazon. You can get them from most health stores, like, you know, Boots or whatever, pharmacies and stuff like that. Get them, get them, get them. They prevent 96% of all aerosols from entering into your body. So there you go. Anyway, what else do we got here? That's one of the reasons I got a dog in the first place, to not be inside all the time. Also, I just love animals. Hell yeah. Submitting my app to a PhD program in clinical psychology literally tomorrow. Well, la-dee-da, we've got our very own, you know, psychologist in the stream. In fact, one of my mods, TTK, is also has done psychology or psychiatry. I can't remember which or the difference. But he has also done that. So that's pretty cool, isn't it? Goblin Hugger is here. Oh my god, I don't know if I said shout out to Goblin Hugger, but please go and show some love to Goblin Hugger. They are fucking brilliant, an amazing streamer. Please go and show them some love. How you doing, Goblin Hugger? Right, I think that's all the conversation that we've had about masks. Managed to avoid getting it the last time I had to do this. Nice. Just get a private jet, lol, forehead. Yeah, good point, Zach. Everybody just get a private jet. That'll be better, you know? You know? Carbon Pile. Oh my god, Lexi. It is Monies for Mule. Lexi, thank you so much for the £5. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the £5. Thank you for supporting the stream. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Carbon Pile says, please wear in your car whenever driving alone. And, you know, are you joking? Like, what is that, a joke? You've been following since 6 minutes ago. I'm going to give you an opportunity, like maybe you came in with Zach or something, I don't know. I'm going to give you an opportunity to speak your case and tell us if you're having a laugh. If you were trying to make a joke as your first time chat message, I'll give you that opportunity. If you don't respond, I'm just going to ban you. How about that? Anyway, RJ, what's going on? Welcome in as well. How you doing, RJ? Trashcan says I wear N95s at work for me. 12-hour shifts, but on the way home I go cloth because N95s... N95s start irritating after a 12-hour shift. Carbon Pile says, I mean, I see it, just asking if it's politics or science. I didn't ask you that, did I? Right? I don't know what you're saying there anyway. It doesn't make sense anyway, right? But the question I asked you is, are you taking the piss? Are you joking? Or are you being serious or something? I don't know. Like, are you trying to take the piss out of people wearing masks? Is that what you're doing? That's what I'm trying to establish here. Do you understand? Because, you know, I've already banned someone for doing that today. So, if we can establish if you're doing that, that would be great. I'm not being a jerk. I just mean people sometimes take it too far. When? When has someone said that? Can you get me... wherever you've seen that, show it to me. Because the thing you'll find actually is that they don't, do they? They don't, do they? They don't say it. You know, and even if someone did, why are you asked? Right? No one, unless they were taking the piss, right, has ever said, wear a fucking mask in the car on your own. No one's ever said that. Literally, no one's ever said that. And if you've ever seen someone do that, it's probably because they're used to wearing a mask all day because they've done it at work, because they're a person that has to do that, or is actually just caring of other people around them, as we all should be as left-wingers, socialists, whatever you want to call it. And they've just forgotten to take it off because it's normal for them. So actually what you'll find is that, no, people don't take it too far. That's an insane take. So that's the end of that, isn't it? Anyway, we're moving on. Let's have a look at another bit of news. And this is real news, by the way. This is absolutely real news. No, I'm not gonna ban that person. I just want them to do better. I'm not gonna ban that person. I'm just gonna inspire them, hopefully, to think about what the fuck they say, right? And hopefully do better. There's no need to ban someone for that. I think that would be stupid. But yeah, that's that, isn't it? I'll do better. See, now, if I'd have banned that person, thank you, Carbon Pile. Right? Now, see, if I'd have banned that person, folks, right? Listen, I'm going to be fucking real with you now. I'm going to be so fucking real with you. Yeah? We have to stop this bizarre, purity-based banning of people who don't quite understand our stuff. It's quite... I've said this before in different ways, right? I've said this before in different ways. But we have to absolutely understand that sometimes people say stuff because they just made a mistake. Right? And that's fine. We have to think about how much harm someone is doing. Is someone doing harm at all? Thank you for the follow. Is someone doing harm at all? Right? Hey, Aslan, how's it going? There's another person who needs a shout out. Right? Yeah, no, it is fair enough, because what we have right now, folks, just to put things into perspective for you, is we have hundreds of countries in the imperial periphery suffering under climate change, which has been brought on by countries in the imperial core, neoliberal capitalism. We've got white supremacists and Nazis who are killing queer people, literally going to places where queer people gather and murdering them. And that's also fucking happening, you know, with other communities, BIPOC communities, you know, indigenous people are always struggling against colonization. We are getting to a point where things are very fucking dangerous for a lot of people. And it's been like that for a while. I don't think we have time to be cutting people out of our communities anymore for making slight mistakes. Right? We really have to think about, is someone actually causing harm? Is someone going to be receptive to doing better and changing? Do you know what I mean? It is based. Listen, if the right wing can make coalitions based on the fact that they might have slight differences, even though we saw Tim Pool fail in that regard earlier, that was very funny, right? Then why can't we do that? Why can't we do that? Do you know what I mean? And I'm not talking organising with Nazis. That would be insane, right? I'm talking about, like, you know, if someone has made a mistake in the past and shit like that, right? Why are we, yeah, you know what I'm on about, the yay stream, innit? Yeah, hello, curse bearer human, welcome in. You know, it's about grace and empathy, innit? It is, that is what it is. We can't afford to be, you know, saying, oh, well, I'm not going to organise with that person because they're an anarchist. Or I'm not going to organise with that person because they're a Marxist-Leninist. Or I'm not going to organise with fucking, you know, these because they're liberals. Do you know how many fucking liberals are willing to work with communists, anarchists, any manner of left-wing people? Loads of them. So when we sit there and we go, oh, I wouldn't want to organise with libs because that doesn't suit my ideology, you are fucking bringing us to nothing. Nothing is going to change if you remain in that mindset. It's not. Anarchists and communists fighting amongst themselves is wild to you. And you know why it's wild to you, Elise? Because you're smart. Because you know that the things that they fucking fight about are like wars that happened almost 100 years ago and have no basis in fucking reality. That's what it is. People learn about an ideology and they go, oh my God, I can't believe, blah, 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 you know. No, listen, I'm not going on this fucking rant because of you, Acton Bellatrix. You might have been the catalyst, right? But, you know, and thanks for apologising. I'm sure that Carbon Pile accepts your apology as well and understands where you were coming from in that sort of, you know, reactionary statement. And it was just a reactionary statement. And I don't want people to get mad because someone's made a reactionary statement, because we all do it, don't we? Right? We all make reactionary statements. The definition of a reactionary statement is going off our initial reaction. And a lot of us are unknowingly tuned into cop mode, aren't we? right? So you've got to sit there and ask yourself, right? Is it worth me dogpiling on someone on Twitter, you know, because they don't fully understand all the ins and outs of anarchism? Is it worth me dogpiling someone on Twitter because they don't understand all the ins and outs of Marx and Engels and Leninism and all that? Do you know what I mean? And I'm not saying that everybody has to hold space for people who are getting stuff wrong. I'm saying that we have to really start thinking about what kind of a cop mindset we end up sort of like pushing on people, you know? Someone said it the other day. I retweeted this. I retweeted it. Let me see if I can find it. This is just something that's been in my head for a fucking while. Honestly, it has, because it pisses me off. It might have even been today that someone tweeted this. Right, okay, yeah, it's this person here. Don't know who this person is, but I really think that it is, you know, important. And look at the right, listen, look at the awesome interaction that's happening in chat now. We've got Carbon Pile saying, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have come off half-cocked," right? And we've got Layla and Act and Bellatrix saying, you know, that they're apologizing both to Carbon Pile. Look at this interaction that's happened now as a result of us being open to people perhaps not understanding stuff. And I know that I kind of got a bit mad at you, Carbon Pile, for initially going on like that. But you understand why, don't you? Right? You understand why. Wholesome chat is happening. And I want to apologize as well if you thought that maybe I was singling you out, you know, because it's not that. And this is something that we have to kill in our heads. We have to kill the cop in our heads. Anyway, it's this tweet, and I think it's great because it's true. Many leftist spaces, especially those online, seem to only be interested in shaming, critiquing, or bringing people down and passing that off as activism or organizing rather than building anything constructive or materially beneficial to real people in real life. Right? It's just true, and everybody fucking knows it. Everybody fucking knows it, right? And that's a fact. Right? This is the shit we've got to kill. This is the shit we've got to fucking kill. Right? And that's that. Right? That's all I'm going to say on that, because I don't want to make this a huge thing. Right? But it's starting to get to the point where it's becoming a parody of itself. Did you know, right, that the Green Party in Canada almost fucking pulled itself apart because of shit like this? Because of one mistake that an engineer made, where they got someone's pronouns wrong on a live stream, and it wasn't even anything to do with the Green Party itself. And now the Green Party in Canada, which was making strides towards actually addressing the climate issue, is now in fucking tatters, and loads of people have left it. And it's like, what the fuck? Someone just made a mistake. Can we not do this when we're all under threat of extinction? Like, what is happening? Do you know what I mean? Now, I know it's not for me to say, a cis man, going around and saying that, like, someone's pronouns getting done, you know, put on a screen wrong is, you know, something that trans people shouldn't get upset about or anything like that. But I think we have to have a bit of perspective, personally. I think we have to hold a bit of space for people to make mistakes with. Now, Cat Made Entirely of Urine is coming with a really good question here. Do you think, for instance, right, there are any hardline rules for who you can work with? For instance, would you work in tenants union with someone who says structural racism doesn't exist? Like, I genuinely don't know what the limits would be. No. Right? That kind of thinking is idiotic, right? This is what I'm saying. Now, it's not your fault, Cat Made Entirely of Urine. It's not, right? You know what I mean? It's not your fault that this is like the discourse around this stuff. It's not your fault, because this is the kind of stuff that we hear. It's like, oh, well, when people say that, they're talking about working with racists. No one is saying that. If you're genuinely in an organization that has an anti-racist statement, which our organization does, right, you are not going to be working with racists. You're not going to be working with people that deny that structural racism exists. If anything, if someone denies that structural racism exists, and then the majority of the people in the organization turn around to that person and say, actually, you're wrong. This is why you're wrong. You should listen to us. And then if they choose to be receptive to that, that's different. right? We have to use our common sense. And I know that common sense, like, people say that, oh, it's a lie that was made up by the middle classes or something like that. But there is such a thing as common sense, isn't there? We have to work through these things as best we can. And if someone is being a bigot, right, and the definition of a bigot, one of the definitions of the word bigot, is someone who refuses to change their opinion based, even though they are presented with evidence, right? And so if that person is being a bigot in that regard, then of course you wouldn't organize with them. Of course you wouldn't. You know? I signed up with my local branch of XR. There's very little I can find here. I'm hoping it's the direction towards IRL activism. I'm fucking proud of you, Peanut Butter Princess. Let's fucking go. Pixie T, welcome to the stream. How you doing? What's going on? That's got to feel fucking bizarre. Yeah, it has. Yeah. If it's a slip up and they try doing better in the future, it's fine. Yeah. That's the thing. That's what I mean. Like, most people will say that. Like, you know, I understand if someone is like again and again and again misgendering someone and not getting it right and stuff like that. Of course, that's horrific. But, like, you know, these slip-ups happen between cis people as well. You know, it's one of those things. Sometimes people might be dyspraxic and they might fucking fall over their words or something. We have to be able to, like, see actual genuine hatred and harm other than, like, a mistake. Anyway, I'm done with that now. I'm done with that conversation. That's the end of that. I mean, Catman Italian says, I mean, unconscious biases and transparency phenomena rather than conscious bigot, but I think you understood that. Yeah, of course. Because when someone has their unconscious biases, inform them of something, and then they're presented with evidence that goes against that, right? Then if they continue to go against that, then they are a bigot. They've become a bigot, haven't they? Do you know what I mean? How many of us haven't accidentally called our teacher mum? Oh, stop it. Fucking stop it. Right, anyway, I'm done. I'm done with this conversation. We're moving on. Here's something funny. I can't believe that this is real news. It's absolutely 100% real news, right? Grimes has opened up about their relationship with Elon Musk and says that when he went Goblin mode, it involved a real-life Goblin boy. Allegedly. It's real news, but this is all allegedly. You know, and there's a picture of Elon with the Goblin boy. There he is. Hey Vordrella, how's it going? Welcome in. The sub-headline there, the pop star claims Elon Musk keeps the Goblin boy trapped in his basement. That's it, yeah. The people in chat saying, the what? The Goblin boy. That's, you know, I don't know how many times I have to say it. The Goblin boy. Like, look, there is the Goblin boy in Elon Musk's arms. So we can see what's going on. Trapped in his basement. I know, it's ridiculous. It's horrible that he would do that to a Goblin boy. Elon says the Goblin boy is the result of a horrible experiment gone wrong, but sources close to him claim it's just a regular human boy in Halloween makeup. So, you know, that's sickening, isn't it? That's actually true. Allegedly. Isn't it? So, you know. Goblin rights. I agree, Boothby, yeah. Hello, Lieutenant Nolenko. Welcome in. Why would Elon need a Goblin boy? He is a Goblin boy. I disagree. I don't think he's a Goblin boy. I think he's a piece of shit. Actually. Allegedly. All right, this is all allegedly. You know, we have to make sure that this is legally sound. And so in order to make something legally sound, what you do is you say allegedly. That's what you do. Anyway, we're moving on to the next story. This is a bit of a positive one as well. So this is regarding... I'm going to open this in a new tab. This is regarding something that was going to happen this Sunday just gone. And this is a statement from Nottingham Against Transphobia. This is like an anti-TERF, anti-transphobia organisation based in Nottingham in the UK. Big up Nottingham. Big up Nottingham Against Transphobia. On Sunday the 27th, the first Sunday of Advent, which I learned in my Discord this week, is a Catholic celebration. So just in case you don't know what the first Sunday of Advent is, that's what it is. A local transphobic group saw fit to try to put on a transphobic film in a Methodist church in the Nottingham community. The film is very clearly transphobic from its advertised synopsis, the review by the British Board of Film Classification, its cast of trans-exclusionary speakers, and the title itself, Adult Human Female, a transphobic dog whistle against the right for trans women to live peacefully in society. The Methodist Church itself has a strong tradition of inclusion and marginalised and LGBTQ plus people. The trans community in Nottingham actually has strong connections with the Methodist Church across Nottingham. We understand this event had been booked under the auspices that it was screening a film about domestic violence and not one which was predominantly transphobic in nature. We became aware of the venue location only 2 hours before it was put on. The moment that the Methodist Church became aware of the true nature of the film, they were horrified, and the local reverend rushed back to the church in order to make sure the film would not be shown. The transphobic group and visitors were then given some time to have tea and leave the premises. We're very grateful for the actions of the Methodist Church and commend them for their decision not to platform hate in Nottingham. Nottingham Against Transphobia, in the meantime, gathered a peaceful demonstration of around 80 people to make the wishes of the vast majority of Nottingham known to the film goers. In general, we're grateful that we see our city becoming a more inclusive and tolerant place that accepts people from all walks of life. It is our responsibility to stand up and protest when speakers come to Nottingham to share their unwanted hatred with our community. We will continue to peacefully protest if we need to in the future. So this is some very good news. It's good that this was handled quite well. Yes, fuck their tea. I agree. I would not have let them stick around for tea. But, you know, however the Methodist Church wants to operate is up to them. I still think what they did was based. Yeah, I think that's good shit. And to be honest, the reason that I wanted to talk about this story today is because, you know, there was a demonstration on Sunday in London at Hyde Park Corner from Posey Parker. If you don't know Kelly, is it Kelly Jane Keane or Kelly Ann Keane? I can't remember what her actual name is, but Posey Parker or Kelly Jane Keane or Kelly Ann Keane, whatever her fucking name is basically doing a transphobic demonstration at Hyde Park Corner, and she essentially, you know, gathered a crowd of TERFs, and the EDL was supposedly coming down as well. They didn't end up coming down anyway, but if they had done, it would have resulted in violence, particularly violence against the trans people who turned up to counter-protest. And this is something that really has to be said again and again and again to cis people. You need to start showing up for trans people. If you claim to be an anti-fascist, if you're in an anti-fascist organization and you are not counter-protesting TERFs, you are not an anti-fascist. TERFs are fascists. That's what they are. Everything about them is fascist. They ally with fascists. They literally ally with the EDL. If you are not on top of that, you're not an anti-fascist. And that's the end of it. So that's just what I wanted to say. If anyone from the London Anti-Fascist Network was watching today, I hope you got that message. And that's the end of that, really. So anyway, that's it. We've done the Twitter bit. We've done the Twitter news roundup. What's the EDL? It's the English Defence League, a white supremacist Nazi movement. Anyway, you know what we've got now, folks? It's Big Amy with the big news. That's what it is. It's been a long time. Been a long time, but we're doing it. We are doing it. Okay. Hey, Lyra, how's it going? Welcome in. Please go and show some love to Lyra and friends. That's another amazing streamer that's come in there straight away there. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? So, content warning for imperialism, violence, and I don't know if there's anything else that's going to be in the content warnings because I've not pre-watched this. I don't pre-watch any of the content that I take a look at on stream, unless it's it's a very rare day. But you can be absolutely certain that we're going to be seeing images of imperialism and violence if we're checking out Big Amy with the big news on Democracy Now! Just because that is, generally speaking, the kind of stuff that we see on Democracy Now! Anyway, we're jumping straight into it, folks.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and his NATO counterparts are meeting in Romania to discuss ways to provide Ukraine with more military aid, including air defense systems. Ahead of the meeting, NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg accused Russia of using winter as a weapon by targeting Ukraine's energy infrastructure, leaving millions of Ukrainians without heat or electricity. Earlier today, Stoltenberg vowed NATO would continue to support Ukraine.
Therefore, to create the conditions.
Yeah, I agree, Morganite. Yeah, it's super fucked.
Which ensures that the Ukraine prevails as an independent sovereign state.
I think the answer to that question there, if anyone can't see what Morganite has put in the chat, Morganite has said, I don't understand how some of those radical feminists want to ban people from transitioning, but then they support women having abortions. If people have the bodily autonomy to have abortions, they could certainly have the right to transition. Well, the answer to that mostly is that they're not feminists. You would be surprised what some of their views on abortion are, actually. It's something that TERFs don't actually speak about that often. Noted TERF J.K. Rowling simply will not talk about the fact that Roe v. Wade was overturned in the US, and that is just a fact. So there you go. Power outages are fucking ruthless in Syria. Can't imagine it in Ukraine during winter. Yeah, absolutely fucked. Absolutely fucked.
We must continue to
Whoa! Whoa! So many raiders. What's going on? Welcome in. Rob Rousseau, you absolute legend. Thank you so much, Rob, for the raid. What is going on, everyone? Peeps, if you don't know about Rob Rousseau, what are you doing with your life? He is a lovely lad. He's a lovely lad. Please go and show him some love. Go and follow him. Welcome in, everybody coming in from the Rob Rousseau stream. If you don't know me, my name is djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer. My pronouns are he, him. What are we looking at today? Well, we've just gone through some of the nonsense on Twitter. You know what that's like. I had a look at all that. And then now we are taking a look at Democracy Now!, the headlines for the week. Content warning for imperialism and violence, but I'm sure you're well acquainted with that if you've been in Rob Rousseau's stream, because that's mostly what he talks about in it. Rob, thank you so much again for the raid, mate, and please, 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 everybody go and follow him. He is a phenomenal streamer and comrade. Rob's streams are really, really fucking informative. Again, I was talking about Zach earlier. Zach teaching us a lot of stuff. You're going to learn a lot of stuff from Rob Rousseau as well. And welcome in all the first-time chatters as well. Coming in from Rob's, who have we got? We've got Franks the Says, hello, recognizing a lot of these names from the chats. Don Darkzoni, hello. Proletariat, hello. Vlad the Victor, Tampon Taste Tester, love that name. We've also got Unelectable Airwaves, and welcoming others, welcoming Bon Bon, C3PO, and who else do we got? Heroic Skeleton, hello. You've been here before. Thank you for all the follows, everyone. Really appreciate that. We're going to jump back into the news right now and check out the headlines for today from Big Amy. Everybody say hello, Amy. She's already been on, but say hi to her. She deserves it. All right, let's see what's going on. This is the story about Romania and another country, I can't remember who, wanting to give more aid to Ukraine. That's what we're looking at. So there you go.
Military support to Ukraine. So our message from Bucharest is that NATO will continue to stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes. We will not back down.
The NATO meeting is taking place as Politico is reporting some European officials are privately accusing the U.S. of profiting from the war in Ukraine.
Damn, who would have thought that?
An official recently told Politico, quote, "The fact is, if you look at it soberly, the country that is most profiting from this war is the U.S. because they're selling more gas at higher prices and because they're selling more weapons."
Damn. Senior European official there, not naming that person. That's interesting, isn't it? Maybe they got to look out for that person's well-being.
Authorities in China have moved to prevent more large protests against the country's zero-COVID policies. In Beijing, police surrounded the site where protesters were planning to gather Monday. Meanwhile, in Shanghai, police erected large barriers where protests were held over the weekend. Police made several arrests at a small protest in the southern city of Hangzhou on Monday night. Meanwhile, Chinese officials have begun lifting some COVID-19 restrictions following this weekend's unprecedented protests. China's also announced a new drive to vaccinate more residents over the age of 80.
So everybody coming in from Rob's stream is gonna, you know, understand the xenophobia associated with sort of criticizing China for any kind of policy is rife. It's part of US imperialism. I actually saw someone that I know that I've not really spoken to in a long time talk about a particular thing, a particular incident that happened that I don't even know if it really happened, but they were saying that people were unable to get out of an apartment building that was on fire because COVID-19 restrictions imposed by the government meant that you know, they couldn't get out of a building. But I don't know I don't know how that makes sense, because you're not allowed to go outside. I don't think that's true, is it? Like, look at all these people that are like literally outside in China. I don't think that they've made it illegal to go outside. So you've got to be really careful when absorbing news like this, even from Democracy Now! Gotta say it, you know, I've got to fucking say it. You know, I'm not exactly a pro-China guy, you know, and that doesn't mean that I think that Rob is, you know, wrong in sort of like, you know, talking about China in a positive way in a lot of regards or anything like that. But, you know, I'm generally speaking an anti-state guy in general, right? Do you know what I mean? So, but I think it's important to recognize that the criticizing of China is always hypocritical, because when people criticize China for doing things and call them fascist, well, the US does the same stuff, you know? So it's one of those. You can never be sure what information to trust when, you know, there is such an anti-China rhetoric in general, and it has been that way for a long time. The US is gearing up for you know, a kind of, I guess, multiple proxy wars with China by installing bases and trying to make inflammatory moves against China, like when Nancy Pelosi went to Taiwan and stuff like that. So yeah, you've got to be really careful when absorbing news like this. In terms of living somewhere with a zero COVID policy, like Bonbon C3PO says, I agree. I would much rather have China's you know, zero COVID policy than what we have here, because loads of people are dying, becoming, you know, disabled and stuff from a completely preventable disease, and it's just fucked, isn't it? I don't know what's happening now, but they did force people to stay in their homes if there was a local outbreak during the beginning of the pandemic. Yeah, this is like the beginning of the pandemic, isn't it? I doubt that this is still happening now, 2 years into it. They are a lot better at COVID restrictions than we are in the West, but, you know, I don't think they're going to be doing that, are they? It just doesn't make sense, right?
Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen has resigned as head of the ruling Democratic Progressive Party after her party suffered major losses in local elections Saturday. Voters in Taiwan overwhelmingly backed the opposition Nationalist Party, which has historically supported closer ties with China.
Yeah, that's right, Heroic Skeleton. Yeah, that's a good point that I just want to highlight there. Heroic Skeleton says they have some pretty standard protest over some understandable lockdown fatigue, and everyone in the West is drooling over the thought of overthrowing their government. Yeah, exactly. Literally. That's what it is, isn't it? That's what it is. Yeah, we've almost had 3 years of COVID now. Almost 3 years. I genuinely can't believe it, you know? China didn't vaccine properly, though. The current wave hits them like a truck. What do you mean China didn't vaccine properly? Like, what would your version of vaccinating properly be? Just out of interest, like, what would your, you know, if do you think the US has vaccinated properly? The only country that I could say with any certainty that has quote-unquote vaccinated properly, and it's not really something to do with the state, it's more to do with the people and how the, well, I guess it is to do with the state because the state operates in a much more, you know, I guess, democratic way than a lot of states in the imperial core is Cuba. You know, Cuba's got a 99% vaccine rate, hasn't it? And it's developed a vaccine that is literally, you know, targets all 5 known variants of COVID. 20% of Germans haven't even gotten their first shot. Yeah, exactly. They didn't have the same rollout of vaccines to everyone in China, I believe. Now, is that something to do with the Chinese state not doing things correctly, or is that something to do with vaccine patents? Because I would argue it's probably the latter, isn't it? It's probably the latter. We know that vaccine patents are a thing, you know, so there you go.
Sided with big business and has urged Congress to intervene to block freight rail workers from going on strike, saying it could devastate the economy. On Monday,
China was too busy vaccinating the rest of the world. That's right. Yeah.
To quickly pass
we do try and be pretty big on tone indicators. So if you're being sarcastic, do us a favor, try and at least add a kappa emote if you're making a sarcastic joke, or a /S or something like that, just so everybody's aware that you're actually joking. We don't want to give streamers the wrong impression and get you banned in it. You know what I mean? Not that anyone said anything that could get them banned, but, you know.
Labor deal. That's
Cheese Guevara, okay with a kappa face there. That's fine. Sarcastic, okay there.
Opposed by the majority of freight rail workers. In
Appreciate that.
Biden said, quote, as a proud pro-labor president, I'm reluctant to override the ratification procedures and the views of those who voted against the agreement. But in this case, where the economic impact of a shutdown would hurt millions.
By the way, we're going to be looking at some Cuba stuff in a bit, chat.
Congress must use its powers to adopt this deal, Biden said. Many union activists criticized Biden's move to block a strike. Ron Kaminko, a locomotive engineer and organizer for Railroad Workers United, spoke to Democracy Now! Last night.
We could have seen Biden actually opt for telling Congress he would like to see Congress pass legislation that mediates an end to the conflict, under which more favorable terms to the workers, which is to say a handful of sick days.
Yeah, fuck Joe Biden for this. So if you're struggling to sort of follow what's going on in the news here, because I am kind of interjecting with you know, little quips here and there. Basically, this is Joe Biden trying to block a strike that is happening. That's supposed to be happening with Railroad Workers United. And, you know, they would have impacted the economy in a massive way. That's the point of a strike. Badum-tish, right? And so that's what the story is here. This is ridiculous. My dad has not had a raise for 8 years. The railroads are out here literally committing... Oh, sorry, the railroads are out here literally committing crimes against the workers. Yeah, Joe Biden's a piece of shit. An extremely big piece of shit for this. Yeah, pro-labor. In quotes, Joe Biden, yeah, piece of shit. Yeah, if Joe Biden would literally be a backbench Tory if he was in Britain. This is what people like don't understand in America. Like people who love the Democrats, they think that they're like progressive or whatever. But what they're doing when they're thinking that the Democrats are progressive is they're falling for Republican propaganda, which is trying to say that the Democrats are way more base than they are. They definitely aren't. They would be considered Tories, you know, right-wing conservatives in this country. They would absolutely be considered that. Don't even get me started how they would be considered in fucking... Well, we're going to show you how they're considered in Cuba in a you know, maybe an hour or so.
And that's what this has come down to. Railroad workers...
Pay end of pay, yeah, they do say that.
Sick time. And now with the very, very harsh attendance policies that we're faced with, railroad workers get very, very little time off work.
Biden controlled by China.
As profits soar for the freight
They do say that
industry,
shit,
which
yeah.
reduced the rail workforce by 30% over the last 6 years. In news from Buffalo, New York, the white teenager who shot dead 10 people at a Buffalo supermarket in a predominantly black neighborhood in May has pleaded guilty to murder and hate-motivated terror.
Right, this is the shit, Boothby. Boothby's got a good point here. So Marco Rubio, he's out doing the Dems by suggesting he'd support a Labour deal proposed by the workers themselves. I heard something else about Rubio today that I think might go against what you're saying there. I might be wrong. He said so. I was watching Sam Sader. I watch Sam Sader every morning, and trying to remember. Well, not Sam Sader, the Majority Report, but trying to remember what they were saying about him or pointing something out that he'd said. But this is the problem that's going to happen, right? This is the problem that's going to happen. If Republicans start supporting Labour movements, then people are going to vote Republican, aren't they? Because working class people need help. You know, workers need help. They don't know that the Republicans are actively going to go against anything that they promise that's pro-Labour in the long run. And, you know, unfortunately, that will end up as well sort of legitimizing some of the claims of idiots like Jackson Hinkle and Has. You know, these people who have been saying like, oh, we just need MAGA communism. Because if they start to have like a pro-Labour movement that's steeped in fascism, then, you know, they're probably going to... They, unfortunately, will probably get like a big chunk of voters. But they won't be calling it communism, you know, because they're not as stupid as Jackson Hinkle and Has. But, you know, extremely dangerous. So... You know. Anyway, hello, Trashbag Theatre and Thoristar. Welcome in. How you doing? It's good to see you. Yeah, MAGA communism is an oxymoron. It is, yeah.
Terrorism charges. The gunman faces a sentence of life in prison without parole. Buffalo Mayor Byron Brown spoke Monday.
But today, as District Attorney Flynn has...
Okay, this is about the Buffalo shooting, the spree shooter, racist spree shooter in Buffalo. We might remember that from earlier this year.
Justice has been done. This individual
or was it last year?
Admitted their guilt, and the penalty for this horrific crime is for this individual never, ever to see the light of day again. Life imprisonment without the possibility of parole.
A candlelight vigil was held Monday night in Chesapeake, Virginia, to remember the 6 Walmart workers who were shot dead by a store manager a week ago. The victims in the mass shooting ranged in age from 16 to 70.
Dude, what the fuck?
Used a 9mm handgun that he'd bought just hours earlier. 5 police officers in New Haven, Connecticut have been arrested and charged for their role in an incident that left a black man named Randy Cox paralyzed. On June 19th, police...
Okay, all right, okay, all right. It's that thing that's happening again? Give me a sec, chat. I don't know what they're going to show here, so... here you go. You get the subs, but... not the footage.
36-year-old man on a...
Oh, hang on. Where the fuck are they? Oh, okay, they're up here. Sorry, that's my bad. All right. Let me just make sure that is
black man named Randy Cox,
there we go.
Paralyzed. On June 19th, police...
Hey, Husker, what's going on?
A 6-year-old man on a suspicion of illegally possessing a handgun. He was then handcuffed and placed in the back of a police van without a seatbelt. After the van made an abrupt stop, Cox slid into the van's back metal wall, seriously injuring his neck and spine.
Oh, yeah, you don't want to see that, chat.
Charges against...
Yeah, that would have got me banned.
The 5
oh, dude, are you kidding me?
Endangerment. The state of Arizona sued the Republican-controlled county of Cochise after its board of supervisors refused to certify the results of the...
Fuck cops. Can I get an ACAB in chat, please?
2022 election. The lawsuit was filed by Arizona's Secretary of State Katie Hobbs, who defeated Republican Trump-endorsed candidate Kari Lake in the closely watched gubernatorial race. On Monday, Arizona's largest county, Maricopa, certified the election results unanimously after a raucous public meeting.
Thanks.
Proletariat, thank you for the 1312 bits. That's very creative.
Supporters of Lake claim the election was rigged without offering evidence. Lake is a loyal supporter of Trump's false claims of a rigged 2020 presidential election. She's refused to concede defeat after losing to Katie Hobbs. The New York Times, The Guardian, and 3 major European newspapers are urging the Biden administration to drop all charges against WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange. In a joint letter, the newspapers say, quote, "This indictment sets a dangerous precedent and threatens to undermine America's First Amendment and the freedom of the press." The letter ends with the words,
"Oh, that fucking sign is so dumb, dude. What are you on about with R.I.P. British Justice 1215 to 2021. You think that any kind of justice was done in the years... Okay, whatever. Like, they're doing a good thing. They're doing a good thing. I shouldn't... Listen, I'm doing exactly what I said before, aren't I? It's the cop in my head. I've got to kill the cop in my head. Right, I'm stopping it. It's okay. They're doing a good thing. I don't care if you've got a stupid sign. All right, we're moving on. We're moving on. We're moving on. Thank you. Yes, I agree.
"Publishing is not a crime."
Oh, fucking hell.
Assange, who is jailed in Britain, faces up to 175 years in a U.S. prison on espionage and hacking charges for exposing U.S. war crimes.
Yes, the 1300s, famously, the height of British justice, yeah.
Which also include Le Monde, Der Spiegel, and El País in Spain, had partnered with WikiLeaks in 2010 to report on documents leaked by Chelsea Manning. The Biden administration's...
They're trying to... Look, in the UK, we have the worst, most stupid fucking load of shit. Like, any kind of... 1215, England... it's the Magna Carta, I believe. I think it's the Magna Carta. Yeah. So the Magna Carta is something that sovereign citizens... quote all the time. It's not a constitution. It isn't. It has no basis in common law whatsoever. There are some things that have been put into law. The way that the law works in the UK, right, is basically if a judge rules something, then everybody has to adhere to that. That's how laws work, right? Some laws will be put through Parliament, they'll be voted on and stuff. But in terms of general policy and shit like that, like for example, if someone is discriminated against for being black at work, and then a judge rules that the discrimination suit has gone through, and whatever happens to that black person has to be sort of like the opposite of what happens to that person has to be enforced in every company across the UK. Basically, so that's kind of like there's 2 different ways of how laws work in the UK. There's how laws are sort of like, used in a court of law to protect people, etc. And there's also, the laws that are voted on in Parliament, but none of them are codified in any sort of meaningful way. So it's absurd. You know what I mean? They could just like tear down laws. They can make amendments to them that make no sense and completely what's the word when something goes against it? They can make amendments to it that contradict, the initial law, the initial white paper that was put through Parliament. It's nonsense. It's all ridiculous. Yeah, they reference it the way Americans reference the Pilgrims and Founding Fathers, that kind of stuff. Yeah, contravene. Sorry, yeah, you got it. Yeah. So anyway, stupid shit. That's what they're on about. They're on about the Magna Carta. It's got no basis in actual law, apart from some parts of it. So anyway, there you go. Hello, Tier. How's it going? Welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah, we don't have a written constitution. Yeah, so there you go.
Some sanctions on Venezuela and has given Chevron approval to resume pumping oil in Venezuela. The announcement came after the government of President Nicolas Maduro resumed talks with Venezuelan opposition groups in Mexico City to address Venezuela's economic and humanitarian crisis.
So, this is another example of U.S. imperialism. It's good for the people of Venezuela as a whole, but of course there are, little sort of things that they have to adhere to that benefit the US, that benefit the imperial court. And one of them is that Chevron is able to operate within that country. So I imagine the negotiations went something like, please stop killing my people with your ruthless imperialist embargo. And Joe Biden said, let me pump for oil, let me drill for oil and pump for oil in your country, Jack. and Maduro has gone, well, my hands are tied, because that's what fucking happens, you know? That's how it fucking goes. They're drilling for oil immediately because I imagine that was part of the deal, Lorelei. You know? I think that that's literally what it is. You know?
In news from the occupied West Bank, Israeli military forces have demolished a Palestinian primary school south of Hebron.
Oh, fuck Israel, man. Holy shit.
Palestinian students in tears as they had to leave their classroom before a bulldozer destroyed their
You're
school.
shitting me, dude. You're shitting me. It's a fucking porter cabin. It's a porter cabin. What do you think this is? You not build around this. At least look at these fucking army cunts out here. Sickening. Actually sickening genocide. You know, it wouldn't make it any better if it was a bigger school. Not gonna lie. But it's a fuck. Like, you can build around it at least. Like, I'm... Like, the hatefulness of this regime, I'm flabbergasted by it. I'm fucking flabbergasted by it.
The Israeli human rights group B'Tselem condemned the school demolition, saying, quote, this is part of a state effort to drive...
Yeah. You know, they're like, oh, it's clearly a Hamas hideout. They're recruiting people for Hamas in this school. I imagine there was probably... You know, you make a joke there, Vicente. Hello, by the way. But, like, you know, you never know. You never know. I mean, a lot of the time nowadays when they do this, they don't even use the Hamas excuse. They just kind of like go, well, we want to get Palestinians and Arabs out of Israel because it's our land. And everyone who supports Israel because they're fascist cunts just goes, yay, and goes along with it. You know?
Area by making their lives unbearable. Expelling residents is a war crime.
Yeah, it is. It is, yeah.
The European Union also condemned the school demolition. Earlier today, Israeli forces shot dead.
You know, I was watching Thought Slime's stream on Sunday, I think, before Red Planet, and someone came in the chat, and one of the funniest things that they said first was, yo, you're that leftist YouTuber. Right, that's a weird thing to say to someone, isn't it? Right, just in general. That would kind of imply that whoever's saying that is a right-winger. Hey, you're that leftist YouTuber. And then the next thing that they said, right? The next thing that they said was, it would be really cool to see you debate Jackson Hinkle. And Mildred was extremely funny about this because you all know that Mildred is, you know, not vocally, but like, you know, she's not gonna do that shit, right? And then, right, something came up about Israel or something, and you know, and then this person started saying, really? You think that Israel, where Hamas wants to kill more Jews than were killed in the Holocaust, you think that standing up for Palestinians is a good idea? And I think that's pretty indicative of the debate community on Twitch, isn't it? To be honest, I can go from that to that to that. So anyway, just a little bit of a moment that happened there. Very specific, yeah, you know.
4 Palestinians, including a pair of brothers in the West Bank. At the United Nations, the UN Special Coordinator for the Middle East peace process, Tor Wennesland, warned Monday the situation in the occupied West Bank is reaching a boiling.
Extremely unlikely, fantastical hypotheticals.
After decades of persistent violence, illegal settlement expansion, dormant negotiation, and deepening occupation, the conflict is again reaching a boiling point.
In news from Northern Ireland, a former British soldier has been convicted of killing a Catholic man in 1988. The soldier, David Holden, shot 23-year-old Aidan McEnespy.
So here we have it, chat. Little bit of, you know, English colonialism for you here. Little bit of United Kingdom modern colonialism for you here. You know, the UK Army being in Northern Ireland for the majority of the 70s and the 80s, you know, just kind of resulted in this. To be honest, it's something that's fucking absolutely horrific. I think that they were there for a bit longer than the 70s and the 80s, but there was a real sort of like, you know, tension going on in the 70s and the 80s between the IRA and Unionists, and the UK Army sort of were there to try and quote unquote ease tensions, but they literally would just murder people for no reason, because when you are given a gun, oh yeah, sorry, the 90s as well, I should point out, not just the 70s and the 80s, but the 90s as well. When you are given a gun and said and told, right, there's loads of people who are bad in this place, so if you see anyone acting weird or like a terrorist, right, which is a very vague sort of description, then you can just shoot them. You can just shoot them with impunity. Luckily, that's not the case, because this person has actually been charged with murder now. You know, this guy was 23 years old. You know, he's 23 years old. It's fucked, the shit that the UK Army did in Northern Ireland, you know?
The back near a British Army checkpoint. Holden
shot him in the back. Shot him in the back. Let's listen to that again. Let's listen to that again, chat.
Old Aidan McInnesby in the back near a British Army checkpoint. Holden's the first British veteran to be convicted of killing an Irish civilian since the 1998 Good Friday Agreement was signed. The Missouri Supreme Court has refused to halt the execution of Kevin Johnson, despite a special prosecutor's request for a stay in order to fully investigate how the case was tainted by racism. The court's ruling was 5-2. Johnson, who is African-American, is scheduled to be executed today. Visit democracynow.org to see our coverage of the case. Donald Trump is facing growing condemnation for hosting white supremacist Nick Fuentes at his Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida last week. Fuentes, who is a Holocaust denier, dined with the president along with rapper Kanye West, who was suspended from Twitter last month for making anti...
Right, listen, I know that I know that this shit is like... I know this shit is serious. I know that these people are fucking disgusting cunts. I know that they're Nazis, right? But I just would love to see that. You know, imagine being a fly on the wall at that meal. Like, imagine just the conversations that might have happened between Nick Fuentes, Kanye West, and Donald Trump. I sincerely hope that Eamon Animations makes a sort of parody of that. You know? The guy behind him looks like he's got some NFTs. Listen. If all these people are stupid enough to fall for the scam of Trump being good for America, then they're stupid enough to fall for the scam of NFTs. I agree. You know? I really hope Nick brought up his cat boy. Yeah, that'd go down well, wouldn't it? Nightmare blunt rotation. Yeah, literally. I wish we could have seen Trump blowing up when asked to be a running mate by Kanye. Yeah, that would be absolutely what if happened. Kanye, you know, I support what you said. Some of the things you said, I support them. Lots of people are saying them. I can't be a running mate. You know that goes against everything I believe in. I'm sorry, but, you know, all the best to you. I don't think you're going to win. I think you're going to fail. You're going to crash and burn. But anyway, let's move on. And speaking of moving on, let's move on.
Anti-Semitic comments.
To mangle Voltaire, everything is for the dumbest in this, the dumbest of all possible worlds. Yeah.
Trump's former vice president, Mike Pence, said,
oh my God,
President Trump was wrong to give a white nationalist, an anti-Semite, and a Holocaust denier a seat at the table. I think he should apologize for it, and he should denounce those individuals and their hateful rhetoric without qualification, Pence said.
So look, this is so interesting. Like, the right is eating itself again. The right is literally eating itself again. It's like, you know, they know that hateful rhetoric is not as popular as it was. right? They know that, right? And they know that people are sort of fresh in the mind about what Trump's presidency was like. They don't want that to happen again. They don't want January 6th to happen again. So Republicans are like, no, racism is bad now, all of a sudden, right? All of a sudden, transphobia and racism is bad. We're moving away. We're moving away from don't say gay. We're moving away from, other kind of fucking horrific shit. You know, the kind of rhetoric, you know, the anti-migrant stuff. We don't want to be associated with Donald Trump. You know, just nice Ron DeSantis. Nice Ron DeSantis. Yeah, nothing to see here. Hey, Carpe Pax, how's it going? Everybody go follow Carpe Pax as well. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. So it's going to be interesting to see... what's gonna fucking go on there. You know, not interesting for the public of the USA. I gotta say, you know, my thoughts are with yous all the time regarding that shit. But fucking hell, yeah. If the right splits, could we push for a more radical left party? Listen. I don't think we should have any hope in electoral politics as leftists. If some of you are new here, if you've not been here, or if you don't come here regularly, what you should know about me is that I don't think that we should be putting our faith in electoral politics. I do think that you should vote for candidates with non-reformist reforms. What I mean by that, you might also know as abolitionist reforms, where they are actually not just quote-unquote reforming something, but making a meaningful change that will impact people for the better. I think that's a good and base thing to do. However, what you've got to do is get out there and organise. You've got to unionize. You've got to join a tenants union. You've got to join a trade union. You've got to start organising with anti-fascists, you know, all this stuff. Because we've been told, we've seen time and time again when more radical left-wing candidates come into the frame, Bernie Sanders, Jeremy Corbyn, in various other countries in Europe as well, and in Canada, they get trounced. The media attacks them, consent's manufactured all over the board, despite their policies being overwhelmingly popular. So what we have to do is actually get out there. If you can, if you're able to, get out there in the streets and do stuff, right? There's other stuff that you can do if you're disabled and you're housebound and shit like that. In fact, that's something that I want to kind of put into a command in my chat. I'm gonna actually try and regularly get that sort of like posted out by the bot. But anyway, that's that. That's the end of that. Anyway.
At the White House, Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre also condemned Trump's actions.
This administration, this president totally rejects bigotry, racism, anti-Semitism, and there is just no place for these types of vile forces in our society.
In Texas, over 2 million Houston residents remain under a boil water notice after a power outage at a city water purification plant over the weekend. Businesses were forced to close and schools will remain closed through Wednesday.
Look at this shit.
Review water samples to determine whether it's safe to drink or use. Many residents said they didn't hear about the boil water advisory till Monday.
2022, folks. 2022, and a power outage at a water treatment plant means people have got to live like they're in a medieval hut and boil, you know, water in order to drink it. Libertarian paradise, right? Agreed, but don't you think Bernie even being there radicalized people? Having further left candidates could do more of that, but I agree that voting is not how we win in this country. Yes, of course, listen, of course I agree with that. If more left-wing candidates present themselves and then fail at the hands of the neoliberal parties that want to put candidates forward, for example, the Democratic Party, and when they get, you know, pushed back via the, the DNC and stuff like that, that is going to radicalize people. But we have to be there to show those people how to further that radicalization in ways that are productive and organizing. So yeah, I absolutely agree in that. I absolutely agree. Yeah, you know, push like I said, like vote for candidates with non-reformist reforms. Bernie had plenty of non-reformist reforms, so absolutely you should engage with electoral politics in that regard. But, you know, don't hope that Joe Biden's going to get pushed left. Don't hold out for Keir Starmer getting pushed left. It's not going to happen. You know, if someone goes into you know, the leadership of a party or a presidential race with neoliberal policies, they're not going to go left all of a sudden after some perceived pushing from the general public. Like, in what way are you actually pushing them left? Who's organizing these lobbying groups where they're being pushed left? Is anyone doing that? You know, I'm sure that that's very, you know, very effective, considering that Biden is now halting, you know, a labor movement. You know, it's one of them, innit? Yeah, don't joke about that, Mamero. I know it's just a joke, but don't be doing that.
Monday, though it was issued a day earlier. Houston officials said they expect the notice to be lifted today. A federal judge has issued a cease and desist order forcing retail giant Amazon to stop retaliating against workers involved in union organizing. Amazon executives will also...
That's all good. How you doing, Mamera? Welcome in.
...page ruling to employees at the Staten Island, New York Amazon warehouse Thursday. The warehouse, known as JFK 8, became the first to pass a union vote in April. Amazon has since launched an aggressive intimidation campaign against workers, fending off union elections.
Oh, I need to hear that. I need to hear that, acting Bellatrix.
In New York, the National Labor Relations
New York State Communist Party. Look at that. Look at that. This is hopium, folks, right here. This is the real hopium. All of them wearing masks, by the way. All of them wearing masks. I've never seen an image with this. No, I have. I've seen images with this much hopium before. But this is great. This is great. Hey, Raven, what's going on? Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. And no worries, Heroic. Thank you so much for being here. It's good to see you again. Raven says, I also think we should stop worshipping Bernie as well. He's great, don't get me wrong. But he's not as left as I'd like to be, and we shouldn't be idolizing politicians. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think anybody here is doing that. I think it's a good point to make, which is another reason as to why I said I don't think electoral politics is a good idea. You know, if there were people here idolizing Bernie and idolizing Jeremy Corbyn, I would be like, let's not do that. But I don't think they are. You know, I hope that you know that you're safe from that in this stream. Any kind of idolizing of politicians, you know. But yeah, welcome in. Hope you're doing good.
Board said in a statement, quote, this relief is critical to ensure that Amazon employees everywhere can fully and freely exercise their rights to join together and improve their working conditions, including by forming, assisting, or joining a union.
Let's go. Good news.
Meanwhile, California employees at 2 Pete's coffee stores in Davis have filed paperwork with the NLRB to hold the coffee chain's first ever unionization.
Bernie killed JFK. How can we not stand? What is that? What are you referencing there? What are you actually referencing there? Like I don't know what you're fucking on about. And I know, Enderpig, you use the Kappa emote, which signifies to me that you were being sarcastic. So don't worry, I know that you're not idolizing AOC, saying that she should be the queen of the USA. Don't worry, you've made that obvious with the use of the Kappa emote, which is why we should all be using tone indicators. I thought his head just kind of did that. Yeah, same. That's what I thought. Yeah.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the Warren.
Chat, we did it. We got through it.
Amy Goodman.
It wasn't as depressing as it could have been. Yay! How about that? How about that, folks? That's what I want to know. What I want to know is how about that? Everybody say thank you, Amy. This is the War on Christmas sarcasm Kappa. Yeah, that one's also very good to use as well, yeah. Yeah, ended on a high note. I like that. I like that they're doing that. Pretty fucking good, eh? So, in keeping with, excuse me, with what I was just talking about, we're now going to be watching... It's a wisecrack video. Oh my god, when's the last time I did that? It's a wisecrack video. And I'm going to be calling this segment Touch Grass Lamau. Excuse me. And I don't really know if there's a content warning for this. It seems like there isn't really a content warning to be thinking about here, so I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna jump the gun here and get this wrong. But this video is called Online Activism, What's the Point? And we've been talking about that a little bit today. Wisecrack is a bit libby, so I'm not sure if this is going to be what I want it to be. But I thought it'd be interesting that we could watch it and we could also sort of critique it if we think that it's not ideal and shit like that. And then we thoroughly cancel Wisecrack, drive them off YouTube, drive them off Twitter, because actually the way to do activism is by becoming cops on the internet and forcing people off it. Anyway. That was a joke. That was sarcasm from me. There's my Kappa emote, me telling you that it was sarcasm, which might have ruined the joke for some people, but it's actually enabled some people to understand it as a joke so they can enjoy it. So think about that, you piece of shit. Anyway, listen, the reason I did a bit there is because I'm about to tell you that I survive almost entirely off Twitch donations. Right? Look, you like that, didn't you? Everybody's enjoying that. Some laughs some laugh emotes in the chat. Right. If you like that, if you thought it was good, please consider, if you are financially able, to support the stream. Right? Please consider, please consider subbing off Twitch. I would ask you to consider that versus giving me a sub on Twitch, because Twitch takes 50% of all sub income from streamers, and also they're not a very good platform for listening to the voices of marginalized streamers. So please think about donating. I would only ask you to donate as much as you normally would on a Twitch sub, like £5, and that enables me to eat and pay my bills and, you know, go out and do stuff and that kind of stuff. So there you go. Unfortunately, I missed a week of streaming last week, so that's me kind of without. I don't really get sick pay or holiday pay in this job, so I've kind of been left without money for last week, and we've only really got one more day in November, which is tomorrow, to actually raise the money that I need to sort of like eat and survive and shit. Otherwise, I'm going to have to think about going on fucking benefits, and that is a struggle, let me tell you. So please consider doing that. I would really appreciate it. If we do get to the goal, that means we'll be having an expanded Trash Bingus. That means a longer Trash Bingus stream. If you don't know what Trash Bingus is, it's where I play a bunch of terrible games and chat plays along with some bingo cards, and you can win games if you do that. Instead of giving away 5 games, I'll be giving away 10 games that day. But yeah, I appreciate you considering that. If you can't support the stream financially, don't worry about it. What you can do instead is you can retweet the Go Live tweet. It's there. It's there in the chat. It doesn't matter if you've got 0 followers. It doesn't matter if you've got 1 million followers. If you retweet it, it means that more people will see it, and therefore more people who might be more financially able than you are able to actually check out the stream and will potentially be able to donate. That's kind of how it works, you get me? So thank you so much for listening to the spiel. We're moving on now. Don't worry about it. That bit of the stream is finished now. We're moving on to the content. It's here. Look at it. Look at that. Now, this channel is called Wisecrack. You can follow it if you like. You know, they do some pretty good videos. There's some pretty good stuff there that you can go and watch on Wisecrack. I've watched a bit of content on there, and it's pretty fun. But this particular video is called Online Activism, What's the Point? So go check it out. Give them a like, give them a sub, and give them a comment. And potentially watch the stream in a muted tab alongside to give them some watch time while we're watching it all together. So here we go.
Brought to you by BetterHelp.
Once upon a time, the world was a dark and dreary place. But then the internet arrived, and the possibilities seemed endless. It would be the most democratic place on Earth. Everyone would have a voice.
I wonder if they're going to talk about online petitions in this.
Utopian vision of interconnectedness. And over the past decade, we've seen users from across the globe come together in pursuit of bettering the world, resulting in campaigns like Me Too, Black Lives Matter, and Time's Up. But how much does it really matter? Can hashtags and memes actually change the world? And are we liking and retweeting our way to revolution, or just shouting into the void? Let's find out in this Wisecrack edition on Online.
Sonic will never again be a pain in my egg!
Trashback Theater, thank you so much for the 100 bits.
Activism. What's the point? Okay, before we go on, we want to thank this video sponsor, BetterHelp. If you've ever experienced anxiety or depression or felt overwhelmed lately,
Middle-earth Marxist, thank you so much for the £5. Appreciate that. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Let's fucking go.
Resource that can help you feel better. And not to get too personal, guys, but I am someone who struggled with depression for most of my life, so I definitely know how it can feel to go through this sort of thing. BetterHelp's network of more than 20,000.
This video is all red flags. Discuss tier. Let me see some insight into your comment. I'm here for it. Here for us to discuss. Raven.
Beard oil.
Thank you so much for the £5. I will be putting that towards my beard oil. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch, and thank you so much for supporting the stream. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you.
Therapists are ready to listen to and help you. After taking a brief questionnaire, you'll be matched.
Okay, this is the sponsored segment.
Expertise fits your unique needs. And thanks to BetterHelp's remote model.
Okay, done.
And as someone who's been seeing a therapist for years now, it is such a
BetterHelp is a red flag, pretty scammy. Is that right? I don't know much about BetterHelp.
A valuable resource. And in the event that you and your therapist aren't a perfect match, you can easily switch to a new one for no additional charge.
Yeah, creators got to pay bills too, you know it.
Join the more than 2 million people who have taken charge of their mental health with BetterHelp by visiting betterhelp.com/wisecrack, or just click the link in the video description. When you do, you'll get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/wisecrack.
Yeah, there's like been a bit of shit about what is it, Sam Seder? Sam Seder doing the something titles. It's like that Scottish title thing, and it's about like it's supposed to preserve an area of wildlife so that it doesn't get developed by you know, well, it just doesn't get developed and shit like that. And people are saying it's a scam. Like, I don't know much about that. Like, if are people trying to say that it's a scam that you don't actually become a lord? Or like, because you know that that's kind of like a joke. Do people know that that's like a joke? Or is it that they actually don't preserve any land in the wilderness, in the wild? Okay, so Tay's talking about this video now. I'm going to listen to what she's saying. So when people are looking into activism, they'll wind up on larger channels with more views. So this is looking to funnel people out of activism. They will have anxiety and depression about the world, and the ad gets them to separate their mental health from their social health. Interesting. I don't know if this is going to funnel people out of activism. I don't know, personally. We've watched like a minute of the video so far, so I'm going to reserve my judgment straight away. But let's see. Let's see how it goes. The second one. The allegation is that they don't donate money for the trees, but also you don't actually become a lord and don't actually get any land out of it. A bit of both. Yeah, but like, you can't get mad at them. I genuinely, right, they just take the money. Okay, so it is a scam. Right, so if it's an actual scam, that's fair enough. I was under the impression that people were mad that they weren't actually getting made actual lords or ladies or ladies, like whatever you want. I don't know, like what the gender neutral, what would a gender neutral title be? A baron? I don't know. But anyway. A lot of people don't present the established titles as a gag. It's presented as being legit. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, it's not Laird. Laird is just Scots for Lord. That's all that is. You know, landed them tree. There you go. Oh, funny. Compartmentalization is a valid coping strategy in this capitalist hellscape, though not if it hurts one's social engagement or activism. I'm not sure I understand what you mean by that. Yeah, no, it is gendered. A laird is a male lord. It's just Scots for lord, yeah.
Now,
Vaden S.
To understand today's activism, we need to start with its history in America. Activism dates back to the colonies, where ministers used the pulpit to urge congregants to engage in charity and acts of service and to fight societal vices like alcohol. As the country expanded, formally structured associations popped up to help organize the organizing. Activities ranged from signing...
Yeah, I agree. Well, you know, that's the thing about being like online and posting, isn't it? Like that stuff is good in terms of, like you say, being a headless PR department for IRL activism. Like that shit rocks. Honestly, it does. But I guess my kind of feeling about this video is I thought it was going to sort of talk about people who think that like posting is going to change the world. Like it's actually like, you know, posting sickness. But it appears that that's not what they're going to discuss. They're actually going to discuss people who are trying to draw attention to political movements online and stuff like that. Like this is why we do Red Planet, right? Because that is our arm of online activism. It's I think as close to activism as you can get online if you're promoting people who are actually doing organizing and trying to get people to go out there and organize themselves. It's kind of why I do it on my stream as well, you know? Mule not just got me to touch grass, but also touch activism. Yeah. I thought this was going to be talking about people who are sort of like, you know, they think that posting is actually activism, you know? So, shit like that. C4ISR is command control communications, computers, intel, surveillance, reconnaissance, much of which is well coordinated online. Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah. Yeah, you know what I mean by posting disease. Lyra, thank you for the blue fella. I will be taking that on. Because today was yesterday was back day and I didn't stretch properly and my back's fucked now. So that's what the countdown's for. Let's have a little look. Move that there and then I'm going to turn that on. So let's just keep talking to chat real quick while... Oh, here we go. I guess I mean get therapy and learn tools to help oneself cope with being a cog to survive without shame. Doesn't necessarily translate into going to sleep, though that's often the result. Oh, yeah, sure. Listen, like, that was one of the biggest things that my therapist told me, to compartmentalize my... Jesus, that feels good, by the way. I genuinely can't tell you how good that feels after fucking back day yesterday. My therapist was like, it seems that you get very depressed from things on the internet that you read. And I'm like, yes, because I read lots of horrible things on the internet. And he said, it's important for you then to compartmentalize how you absorb your information, right? And do you know what that ended up being, chat? That ended up being me starting being a political streamer, right? Because what I do is I compartmentalize my absorption of news into the stream and I absorb it while I'm sat here with you, the chat, who all share in my opinions, mostly, right? And it's a much better way to do that. And I also think that that's a good way for people who struggle with the overwhelming amount of bad news that we get. I think that's a good way for people. Yeah, exactly. This is stream stuff. This is other stuff. Yeah. If you've been thinking about starting streaming and you want to compartmentalize, you know, how you absorb your politics and your news and stuff, I would just say just start. Just fucking start. You don't even need a webcam. It's my own personal echo chamber. Yeah. But it isn't though, is it? Because people come in here all the time trying to fucking start shit with me from various nonsense that they've heard on the internet from people who think I'm a piece of shit. So there you go. Yeah, it's also a learning space. Right, exactly. It's a learning space not just for yous, but it's a learning space for me too. And it makes me feel like I'm doing something about it. Now, Layla, I've got some bad news for you, love. My beanie, I actually lost it on the train to Oxford last week. I'm pretty sure I did. I'm just going to check again. No, I did. But what I've got instead is this embarrassing fisherman's hat. You know this one? You know that? You know this one? So I'll put that on for you. So there you go. Yeah, beanieless. Yeah, it's not good. Rip to the beanie. It's not good. Tim Pool-esque. It's not though, is it? Because my ears are out. And Tim would never have his ears out. Isn't that still a beanie? I don't know. You look like you're going to go along to the shore to check crab traps. Yeah, fishermen wear this, don't they? You're right. I'm not going to be doing that, by the way. I live nowhere near the sea. A warm dome is all that matters. Thanks. Actually, that's not a bad look on you. People have told me this, yeah? But you can't keep telling me this because this isn't even mine. It's one of my friends. And I can't just be stealing. Listen, you can't be inspiring me to steal my friend Olivia's hat. Because that's just not fair. That's a cis man stealing things from a trans woman. And that's not okay, is it? You know? Tim ousted himself as too cowardly with yay. He definitely wouldn't have the ears out. Yeah, no, exactly. Not stealing, just indefinite borrowing. I think that's outrageous. I think that's outrageous. Ask her for it. No, that's not gonna... No, what? You're not ask her for it. I always support crime, except when crime is illegal. Thank you, Tyr. That's the correct take. Mule has just become half the population of Cornwall. You look like you're going to sell me craft beers and NFTs. That's the upsetting thing about it, isn't it? I don't want to give people that impression. I'm already bad at first impressions. Normally when people talk to me, I'll turn around and go, what? Like, that's normally my first impression. But imagine that without the hat, right? It's less it's less aggressive. It's less intimidating with the hat on, isn't it? Because what am I going to do to you if I'm wearing a hat like this? So turn around and be like, what? You know, maybe the glasses does it as well, but whatever. Anyway, how about I wear it like this? You know. Stealing, or as my dad would call it, logistical reallocation. That's pretty fucking funny. You what, mate? Hatless, I look softer. Oh, do I actually? Yeah, it's a Cornish beret, isn't it now? Yeah. Yeah, this is perfect. Yeah, people are loving this. People are loving this. This is content, you know. Anyway, let's continue the video. Shall we? All right, let's do it.
Petitions and handing out pamphlets to holding bake sales and craft fairs. These activist groups would become crucial in winning many of the rights we have today. That's why we refer to the years of 1890 to 1920 as the Progressive Era, a time that...
So I guess what I would like to sort of clarify for chat, right? Because I know that I do a lot of saying, go and touch grass, get off the internet, go and organize in the real world, right? And I think that maybe people sometimes get it lost in translation that I'm trying to tell people that the internet shouldn't exist, and that no one should post anything about politics on the internet. I don't think that. I think that would be absurd. Exactly like Tyr was saying, there's a lot of coordinating that goes on. There's a lot of good stuff that goes on when people post about protest movements and stuff like that. But what I would also say is that we have to focus on propaganda, not just propaganda like agitation propaganda, because what we see online a lot of the time is just agitation propaganda, and most people are already agitated enough to be radicalized, right? And so what I would argue is that we kind of need more things like propaganda of the deed on the internet. We either need propaganda of the deed or actual education on how to organize on the internet. I would argue that we need more of that. It's something that Sophie introduced to me as being seizing the means of communication and sort of like taking... yeah, exactly, Carpe. Yeah, agitprop becomes preaching to the choir after a certain amount of time. Like, you know, if your reach isn't really growing that much, like, you know, what good am I going to do by agitating people with something horrible that happened? Right? Like, what more good am I going to do? I've got 6,000 followers. Not all of them engage with my posts anyway. And unless I have a good post, like, for example, the one that I did the other day, which was my love language is wrapping my partner in the duvet and chanting Shai Hulud, right? Which is actually something that I was doing at the time. And I just thought it would be funny if I posted about this, right? So regarding that, there's not a lot of, you know, point in me just being like, look how bad this is. I know I still do it. I do still do it from time to time, like if you hear about a bad landlord or something like that. But what I would actually say is effective online activism is things like social media campaigns against people with a big PR, sort of public-facing image, you know? Yeah. Oh, you better believe I was getting worm sign that night. Trash bag theater. I don't even know what that means. I don't even know if that means, like, am I trying to say that there was sparks in the bedroom? And if there were sparks in the bedroom, what kind of kink do I have that wrapping up my partner in the duvet and saying Shai Hulud would be making the sparks fly in the bedroom? So, you know, there's a lot of questions that I won't be answering associated with that statement. Anyway, right, so yeah, just telling people how awful shit is often has the opposite effect. And yeah, Dave is literally saying that I'd like to learn more about that. Right, so, you know, like, propaganda of the deed is basically when people go, here is a thing that happened, right? Here is a thing that happened, and this happened because people did this, and it changed things for the better. So, for example, propaganda of the deed would be watching Paths Through Utopia, right? So we watch Paths Through Utopia. You can watch it on Vimeo. Huge content warning for anyone who doesn't want to see animals be killed, because you will see that. You know, there's a pretty horrific moment that I certainly wasn't ready for, where someone just fucking slaughters a pig. You see all of it. You see all of it happen. So massive content warning for that. If you're going to watch that specific documentary that I'm recommending to you. But propaganda of the deed that's associated with that film anyway is the fact that people actually went out there, they built anarchist communes, and they lived there in relative happiness. You know, so that was basically propaganda of the deed. It was like, look, you know, people have gone and they've done this, and it's effective and it's worked, and now they have a better life than they did under capitalism. So there's stuff like that. You know, for example, propaganda of the deed would also be a film called Ne Passaran, which is about Scottish Rolls-Royce workers. The documentary is called Paths Through Utopia. I'll just get a link to it on Vimeo and put it in the chat for you. It's really fucking good, honestly. Apart from the animal slaughter and stuff, it happens about midway through. You'll know it's coming. Any vegans watching will know it's coming, because there's, like, you know, footage of a guy with a stunner and a pig, and it's just like, oh fuck yeah, you know what's gonna happen. You can just skip about fucking 10 minutes and you'll miss that bit. Pass Through Utopias, it's on Vimeo. Hold up, let me just find it. Yeah, here it is. Here it is. You can just watch that. Does God of War Ragnarok count as that? No. What do you mean? God of War Ragnarok being propaganda of the deed in what way? I want to engage with you in this. I don't just want to say no. I want to engage with you in this, because I don't know what God of War Ragnarok is. It sounds like some kind of video game. I've played God of War 2 before, and I know that God of War is a video game series, and Ragnarok is probably... It seems to have a pretty revolutionary theme. No, things having revolutionary themes is just general propaganda. Right, it's just general propaganda. That's all that is. Right, it's not propaganda of the deed. No, fiction can't be deed-based propaganda. It absolutely can't. Right. I was discussing this actually with an organizer that I know from Just Stop Oil, regarding the people who made this documentary, Pass Through Utopias, Jay Jordan and Issa Flammeau. We had them on Red Planet. We had a really good discussion with him on Red Planet. You can check it out on the Red Planet YouTube. You can check it out on the Red Planet Patreon. They're part of a collective called the Laboratory for Insurrectionary Imagination. And what they said is that we have to make the revolution irresistible. Right? And what that means is that we can't keep showing people propaganda like this. Right? So what have we got here? Well, we've got a bunch of dudes just kind of sat there in suits and hats, all looking very grim-faced and stony-faced. And everyone's like, wow, it seems like a bit of a faff, that. Going out and organising and all stuff like that. What we have to do is we have to make the revolution an art form. Because we can't keep promoting communist and anarchist and socialist, even liberal ideas as this like grey, you know, hard work, like it's rough, you're not going to get anything out of it, it's a losing battle, Sisyphus vibes. Do you know what I mean? Bogdanovism intensifies. I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. I'm not that smart. I'm not as smart as you. I'm not as smart as people who know what Bogdanovism means. Anyway, but anyway, what I'm trying to say is that we have to absolutely make it. So, for example, they were doing activism where they got a load of people to dress up as clowns during the Iraq War, yeah, and they would go to recruitment offices and they were trained professionally as clowns. What they'd do is they'd make a bunch of clowning in recruitment offices, and some of them had to shut because there was like 10 clowns in this recruitment office, and they were all trying to, you know, pretend to fill out the recruitment form, and they were like going ha and like, you know, honking the horns and like going and like, you know, when they're trying to write, like slipping off the table, like they're unable, like the pen's made of like fucking squeegee gel or some shit, and that sounds funny as fuck, doesn't it? Like just pranking people as praxis, pranksis, as you will. Oh, it's a fictional ideology from Kin Stanley Robinson's Red Mars trilogy that me and Sophie talk about a lot. Everything we could do could be beautiful, from brick making to brick laying to brick throwing. Right, exactly. Yeah, so there you go. Anyway. Yeah, so if you've seen... So that's why Sophie is so clown-pilled at the minute, because of stuff like that, you know, being a based clown. Mule, you'll summon Gumba Master. Good. Gumba Master's a good person to have here during this time, you know. But that's what I'm basically trying to say. And what I was thinking was, because this is what this organizer that I know from Just Stop Oil was saying. He was saying that's really important. How do we show people what life would be like, not just in anarchist communes that are outside of capitalist metropolis, right? Not just that, but how do we talk about how sexy and wonderful the revolution would be post-revolution in Metropolis? So how do we, like, so if you've ever heard of the game of Bewitching Revolution, this is that. It kind of like shows you in video game form how you can do this stuff, how you can turn an unemployment center into a community center, right? How you could turn a prison into a hostel. How you can turn a coffee shop into a library, an anarchist library, and stuff like that. So, you know, I was thinking a great idea would be if we could make a video game similar to a Bewitching Revolution that is more kind of like set already in a post-capitalist world. So the actual plot of the game is not necessarily about capitalism, right? About overthrowing capitalism itself. But the plot is about something else, but it's based in a post-capitalist world, right? Because if you think about all these revolutionary games, like, for example, The Outer Worlds, where it gets you to think about things like hyper-capitalism and stuff like that, then you know, you could kind of get bogged down and go, oh god, yeah, the future is going to be this, and then we remain in capitalist realism, don't we? We remain in that mindset. Whereas if you, like, you know, create a game where everybody's living in, because I was thinking about this, for example, right? Imagine a pub, right? A pub. I'm going to put some music on because I've been talking for quite a while this video has been paused in the background. So anyway, so imagine a pub, right, or a bar, or whatever you call it, wherever you live, yeah? In fact, the very sort of meaning of the word bar is about the bar that is there in the pub, isn't it? When you walk into a pub, yeah, you call them thirst holes, do you? Well, I call something else thirst holes, actually. But that's interesting to know that. Anyway, so the actual name bar is about the bar that's in a pub. What is the purpose of the bar? Can anyone in chat tell me what the purpose of the bar is? I'll give you a bit of time to think about it. This is a thought exercise that I want to engage with chat. I think the setting of Lancer TTRPG is a post-revolution solar system. Well, Star Trek, for example, is a great example of a post-revolution society, isn't it? Like Star Trek. But I think that's too much for people because they're like, oh, that's in the distant future. Right? That's in the distant future. To keep animals from ordering alcohol. I was expecting better from you, Tyr, to be honest. Anyway, right. Pick yourself up from the ground. Oh my god. Right, so a bar, the actual reason that they started to put bars in pubs was to stop people from just going up to the barrels and taking beer. Yes! To separate the thirst holders from the laffy juice. That's right. Right, listen. To stop people from just going up to the barrels and taking the beer for themselves, which is what used to happen before things were commodified, right? So it would bar people from doing that. Now, imagine a game where we're in a post-revolution society where your first sort of instance is you're in a pub. And it's a pub, but it's in the post-revolution world. Now, think about what kind of that. Get creative here, folks. Get creative. Yeah. What kind of thing could you introduce into a pub that would like attack the idea of that bar that stops you from getting the beer that is, yes, self-service, right? No, you're joking there. Call it self-service, right? But you know that's what it should be. If there's a place where we drink, right, where we go to get alcohol and talk to each other and, you know, get food and beer and stuff like that, just have the stuff there. Right, a ladder, exactly. That's what I want to fucking see, Enderpig. Thank you. So imagine if there's a ladder and you use that to actually step over the bar, or in fact there's a bar there and what they've done is they've took a chunk out of the bar and they've put steps going up and down so you could get to the other side and you can serve yourself, right? And imagine if you sat there and, you know, the person that you are or whatever has come from, I don't know, an anarcho-commune or something, right? Where everything's really cool and it's very, like, utopia-esque. And you come into this sort of post-revolution society where they're, like, you know, there is that bar over the thing. And you sat there and you're talking to this, you know, NPC. And one of the questions you can ask him is, what's that? Why is this bar in the way of all the alcohol? And then they talk about, well, in history, they used to have that to stop people from getting to the beer. Why did they do that? Well, because things used to be commodified in order to exploit the populace, etc., etc. Right? That's the kind of thing that I had in my head. Now, you could have loads of different things. You could have ladders going up over the bar, or you could have just like a smashed out bar that people have left there as a sort of an honor to the people who smashed through the bar and just took the beer for themselves and shit like that. Right? This is how we've got to get creative in sort of like selling the revolution as an awesome, sexy place to normies, right? And not just to normies, folks, to ourselves, right? Let's face it, because lots of people who are here right now might even find it hard to imagine this post-capitalist world. I'm one of them, right? I'm one of them. I think about this stuff all the time, right? Thora says, I kind of use my fantasy art and writing projects to express the end of my beliefs, such as the Knoll, Ersk, Hyans, who live in a somewhat socialist, highly liberal solar punk society. Emphasis on the punk parts. This is why Andrewism is really, really awesome. Because he has all this stuff, like, sort of say, we could have this, or we could have that, and we could have this. Do you know what I mean? Imagination isn't the problem for you. Then there is no problem, is there? Because we need people with imagination. You could probably make the plot pretty cool. There would be controversy over how the revolution was accomplished or something. Absolutely. This is what I'm talking about. You know? This is what I'm talking about. Don't worry, Tier. You've not lost your A-. Don't worry. You still get an A-. Everybody gets an A- in this chat because that's your participation trophy. That's what communism's really about, isn't it? Yeah. So, there you go. Another little bit. Give me money. I deserve it. That was a good joke, wasn't it? Anyway, we're moving on. We're going back. Listen, we're going back. We're going back. We're going back. We've had a little thought experiment. We did a thing. So now we're back to this video. But anyway, do you get what I'm saying? We have to sell the revolution as this sexy idea. You know? Solarpunk 2077. Absolutely, yeah. I'm going to try and make a video about this at some point, chat. Like, I've got loads of ideas for videos for next year. But yeah, so anyway. Let's crack on. That's why millennials love socialism so much. That's right, you know? It would be a lot easier to imagine if we were living in a socialist state. The West is about as far from this vision as you can get. Well, what I would say, Heroic Skeleton, right? What I would say is, if you're struggling to think about what life would be like in a post-capitalist world, just think of the thing that annoys you the most about capitalism, right? Now, for me, it's not necessarily that people have to buy alcohol, right? For me, it's like that people aren't allowed to live for free in a house, right? That's what upsets me. Okay, we're going back. Okay, listen, Heroic Skeletons come back in, right? And I'm going to engage with them about this, right? So we're going back to this bit again. We're going back to this bit again. Okay, right. So I hate the fact that people can't be housed, right? And I know what the solution to that is. I know what it is. It's we remove all the shit jobs in society that don't need to exist, all the bullshit jobs like call centers, shit like that, get rid of them, yeah? And you could just house people in those offices. That's how you solve that. And then in that also, you do a bunch of different stuff as well. Well, yeah, abolishing landlords is the first step, right? But then secondly, we abolish the idea of private property at all, okay? So we've got that, so we know what that is, and you can kind of like see how that would work. You're like, oh, right, okay, so like all these empty flats that are investment properties being developed in big cities and stuff, you know, just get rid of that. Don't get rid of it, like put people in there, and that's how you visualize that, and it's like, right, okay, that makes sense. Thanks for the follow. So I would ask you to do, if you struggle to see it, if you struggle to see what life could be like in a post-capitalist world, think about the thing that you hate the most about capitalism, and then if you know what the solution to that is based in organizing, right? See how it's all linking together in your head already? Agitprop, organize, propaganda of the deed, not necessarily propaganda of the deed, but selling the revolution as sexy, right? And then ask yourself, okay, let's get creative about that. How would that look in the future? Do you know what I mean? Like, you could do it with climate change, right? You could do it with fossil fuels. Get rid of all these different fucking fossil fuel factories and shit like that. You can literally just be like, you know, everyone have solar panels on their roof and everybody has their own energy source, but also there's a big national grid that provides energy at large to most people, right? That's not based in fossil fuels. So you've got that, because that infrastructure already is there. So we just need to have that and, you know, draw on that, essentially. So, you know, it's shit like that. It's just getting a little bit creative and just sort of challenging your mind. I know it can be hard as well. You're at work, Heroic Skeleton, so, you know, I'm not asking you to sort of, you know, use more mental labor than you're already using at your job. But, you know, that's sort of what I'm trying to inspire people to think about, you know? We have more than enough stuff. Right, exactly. We have more than enough stuff. We have more than enough stuff. Yeah? For everyone to be fed, and everybody to be housed, and everybody to looked after. To be looked after. Like, you know, we do live in a post-scarcity world. The scarcity is manufactured. And it only exists because of, you know, capitalism, right? Moonshine Operator says, I have a question. How do you get people to make stuff if they get everything for free so stuff can be made? Right. I love this question, Moonshine Operator, because whenever people ask me that question, it means that they've not fully thought out what that question means, right? You've not fully thought it out, have you? And I can see that your account was created yesterday, so this is an interesting chat question to be having, right? Not only, if people in chat are already answering the question, not only is the implication that everybody is inherently lazy is absurd, that is a fact, but there was a time when we didn't have money. So that's the end of that, isn't it? And what you will find is that people really enjoy making stuff, and people actually really enjoy making sure that people have the things that they need to survive, you know? So we already have the infrastructure there to be able to like feed everybody, give medicine to everybody, clothe everybody, house everybody. We already have those things. And if the things, the factories that we use to create those things are essentially seized by the workers and ran as a co-op, right? Then that would actually sort of begin to kindle a love of production of that particular thing in providing them as people's needs ask for them, rather than, you know, oh, we need to chuck out 1,000 pieces of cloth by the end of today, otherwise we're not going to fill this order. If we don't fill the order, we're not going to get paid. And oh my god, everyone's working to shit, and that guy just got fucking attacked by a fucking robot. Do you know what I mean? That guy just got attacked by a robot machine. His arm just got cut off. Fuck, we're fucked. You know what I mean? Like, the people who ask those questions, generally speaking, have never been in a factory, right? Never seen a factory operate. Do you know how much shit gets fucking churned out by factories on a daily basis? We watched a fucking documentary the other week about a pasta factory in Italy, where after 18 months of operation, it will have given every single person in the world a plate of pasta. Every single indigenous society worked this out. You know what I mean? Not all of them. Some of them actually, you know, ended up fucking doing, you know, capitalism and stuff like that. Alijat on Twitch dropping a link in the chat saying, yo, can you go to this vid and read all 40 comments of the pinned comment? I know it seems long, but it's worth it because it's wild. Yeah, man. Yeah, Elijah on Twitch, whose account was created 2 hours ago, right? You think that we can't see that shit as streamers? Yeah, bro, like, I'm definitely gonna do what you say. I'm definitely gonna do what you say on that video that says family or regen the Jajada, which kind of sounds like some kind of fucked up, you know, anti-queer shit. So what I've got to say to you, Elijah on Twitch, is you just got cumstered, you just got dumpstered. I'm shagging your dad. Your dad is full of cum, my cum, and he won't stop texting me, even though I'm kind of done with him. So there you go. That's it. You know, it's the end of that, isn't it? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, just click this link for me, bro. Just click this link for me, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Yeah, you must have thought I was born yesterday. Right, okay. Gumba Master says, I'm making a comic from the past 1.5 years from now because I love to make it. Gumba, that sounds fucking awesome. That's fucking awesome. This is part of what I'm saying. It's hard for people to imagine work getting done post-capitalism without coercion, as the threats of losing your house, family is all we know. And that is why we need to create this vision of the future that is sexy, fun, and cool, that isn't Star Trek, because that's completely unrelatable to everybody. That's why. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I think that's a good point, Thomuel, that Peanut Butter Princess is saying there. You know, not everybody in chat is going to want to be up someone's dad. So don't speak for chat. Yeah, if you're sending a chat message out there and your first thing is, if I can speak for chat, generally speaking, you know, not going to be that, is it? Moonshine Operator says, to be honest, I don't blame you for not clicking the link. Was watching another guy and he was going to click a link, but his mod checked it for him and it was a dude getting his face blown off by a shotgun. So yeah, people will try to get people banned. Yeah, and it also kind of sort of speaks to like, you know, that sort of like family, or that's the title of the stream. Sorry, that's the title of the video. I can see it. I have like a thing that shows up what the video looks like. People think that we don't have this as streamers, but I can see what the video is called. It's called Family or Regen the Jada. I don't know what that means, but it kind of like family or kind of seems a little bit anti-queer, and I'm a queer man, so you know, I'm not stupid, right? And also, this guy followed it up with, go to this vid by Twailed Clan with a K. Yeah? I am shamed. No, listen, I'm not trying to shame you. I'm trying to fucking, you know what I mean? There are people in here who are sex repulsed and stuff like that. It's just important that we consider, you know? Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. No one's trying to shame anyone. Sex repulsed people and asexual people exist. You know, I'm trying to really sort of make sure that people know that. So, you know. Anyway. There's only two kinds of sex. The kind I have with your mum and the kind I have with your dad. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hello! Skidada, welcome in. What's going on? Welcome in. Shout out to my boy Skidada. Everybody go follow him. Phenomenal streamer. How you doing, friend? Good to see you. Bloody hell. This stream feels like it's going on forever. I've only been live for almost 3 hours. This is mental. Absolutely fucking mental. Can't believe it, chat. Listen, we're supposed to be watching this. Anyway, we're going to resume watching this. But no, honestly, like that's kind of what I was saying, Heroic Skeleton. That's kind of what I was saying to everybody in the chat. It's the reason that people can't see that there would be an incentive, that people need to be coerced to work and stuff like that. That is the reason that we need to start looking at a post-revolutionary society and going, look, it could be this. And here is the incentive. Here is the reason. Right? And that's that. So there you go. Doing well. We were learning that the new Andor is based as fuck. Yes, I've heard that. Please don't try and get me to watch it. I've got ODD, and I'll just be like, no, and then I'll never watch it. I've already had loads of people sort of second-handedly say everybody needs to watch it. Every leftist needs to watch Andor. Well, congratulations. I'm now not going to watch Andor. That's how that works for me. So, apologies if anyone wants me to watch Andor. Not going to be doing that. Anyway, let's crack on with this video. It's about online activism. What we're doing, all we've done is get distracted and do nothing but talk about very, very good and based things. Anyway, let's crack on.
Really characterized by,
yeah, let's get some asexual prides in the chat.
Forms in areas like labor rights, women's suffrage, and weeding out rampant government corruption. I also refer to the years 1890 to 1920 as the years where people mostly still just shit in holes in the ground because they didn't have plumbing. The following decade,
yeah, that won't work either, Carpe.
Economic depression and war than by activism, but people continued using the same methods. In the 1960s, activism shifted as movements began taking root in the university, where a ballooning number of middle-class students were learning from professors who questioned dominant ideologies. These youngsters used a...
No, it would not be governed by, like, someone with absolute power like Russia. It would not be governed like that. We aren't fucking, you know, Stalinists in this chat. Okay? Alright? Okay? We cleared that. Maybe someone in chat is a Stalinist and they're too scared to admit it, which is probably the correct way to be about that. But yeah, no, we don't. No, we're not here for authoritarian, you know... Yeah, is it a bad faith question? I don't know.
combination of classic forms of organization and spontaneous word-of-mouth assemblies. Some even refuse to participate.
Some people do think that. Listen, like, I'm quite open about being a communist, and some people do just think that about communists. Like, again, what I was saying earlier in the stream, we have to assume that some people are coming from good faith, because they're not saying, like, you know, oh, what, so you would just do this. Moonshine Operator, despite their account being created just yesterday, is actually saying, how would it be governed? Like someone with absolute power, or, and that is actually not a bad faith question, is it? Because they're giving an option for another question, for a question to be answered in a different way, aren't they? You know what I mean? Right, see, there you go. You were talking about the post-capitalists. I was curious if there would be government or not, or would the people rule themselves. Ideally, the way that things would work would be in complete democracy based on the local area that people live in, because I think that government can only really be something that can be organized locally. And yeah, that's the end of that, essentially. Consensus-based self-rule, yeah. That would be my ideal, but then that's just my ideal, isn't it? And I think that most people can agree with that. And if, you know, you were to agree with that in general, yeah, cool, great, cool stuff. But I understand some people don't agree with that, and some people do think that there needs to be a form of big government. I'm an anarchist. I don't believe in huge power structures like that. I don't believe that anyone should have any more power over anyone else. So that's me, that's my belief. But yeah, there are some people that I'm, of course, willing to, you know, have in my chat and tolerate. You know? Tolerate people who may not think the same as me in that regard.
Society, establishing places like communes where people shared labor and resources, and yes, sex partners. At the same time, major movements led by people of color, like the Civil Rights Movement, or organizing migrant farm workers, were using marches, boycotts, sit-ins, and
Almost Lee says, I think people should always believe me because I'm pretty. Yeah, me too.
Okay, Cesar Chavez, Malcolm X, and even young people like Ruby
That's a
Bridges
good point. You raise a good point.
These folks gave face to the movement and used various forms of media to rally people to their causes. Television became a huge boon for activists. Americans all over the country saw peaceful protesters marching, chanting, and singing, only to then see them sprayed with hose.
What did I just miss? Sorry? What did I just miss? People are saying what? People are saying weird vid, ADHD mode. What happened? What did I miss? Talk to me. They said sex was shared like the communal toothbrush. That's a pretty funny joke, in my opinion.
Like communes where people shared labor and resources, and yes, sex partners. At the same time, major movements led by people of color, like the Civil Rights Movement, or organizing migrant farm workers, were using marches, boycotts, sit-ins, and strikes to achieve their goals.
Wait, did I miss that then?
Like MLK, Cesar Chavez, Malcolm X, and even young people like Ruby Bridges and the Little Rock Nine. These folks gave face to the movement and used various forms of media to rally people to their causes. Television became a huge boon for activists. Americans all over the country saw peaceful protesters marching, chanting, and singing, only to then see them sprayed with hoses and attacked by dogs. These shocking images brought attention to society's ugly aspects and put pressure on the government to step in. These tactics would later be used to advocate for things like disability rights, environmentalism, and beyond. In the late 80s and 90s, activism...
Okay, so he's going to talk about... He's going to actually talk about... what we were talking about before, agitprop. He's going to start to talk about agitprop, and that we've sort of covered that, haven't we? The history of right-wing cultic organization in California, even before the 60s, is readily available. The free love stuff was selling reactionary top-down control as a type of freedom, but women still legally needed husbands to be alive in society. Yeah, I think that is the case. I know that there were like a lot of progressive people in the 60s who were... you know, essentially communists, and they sort of believed in the idea of free love, but not essentially what that meant or what that entailed, and it was problematic. I mean, you know, I can believe that about 60s era free love movements. Of course, it would be entrenched in patriarchy, which is something that's, you know, was far more prevalent, you know. I'm heading out. I just want... Oh, chat. Oh, chat. Chat, can you believe it? Moonshine Operator says, I'm heading out. I just want you to know, being F asterisked out, don't know what that word means, with you the whole time, Trump 2024, F something Antifa, don't know what that means either because you've asterisked that out. Antifa and all of the stupid beliefs you're believing. Well, I don't really know what you've meant there, because you've censored some kind of word there, and I don't know what that is. Normally in that sentence, I would have put a swear word. I would have put fucking or fuck. Right, that's what I would have put there. But if you've not put that there, that says to me that you're 14, right? So that's unfortunate. We don't allow people who are under the age of 18 to be here in this stream. And it's interesting that you have said that you've been fucking with us. If that is what you've said, I don't know if that's what you've said again, because if you've censored the word fucking, well, you know, again, you're a child, right? But if you have been fucking with us the whole time, get better at fucking with people, because all you've really done is ask a bunch of open questions, and you've learned things about our beliefs. That's all that's happened, you know? Like, I understand now that you were trying to sort of bait me into saying, oh yes, I would like a country like the USSR to exist, with your earlier question of like, how would that happen, you know? And then we also had the earlier question where, you know, we knew that you hadn't thought it through, had you, about sort of like how would you coerce people into working and stuff like that. But you know, all that's really happened there is we've sort of established that you don't know anything about left-wingers, and you're scared to say the word fuck. So that's all that is. I'm sorry that you're not old enough to be in the Twitch chat. And if you think that that was trolling, now we've got people in the chat saying like, oh my god, that account was trolling. I do want to be consistent here, folks. I wouldn't call that trolling, because it isn't, is it? There was no trolling that was actually done there. There was just someone who wasn't quite open with what their beliefs were, and they engaged with us, and they asked us questions, and we answered them. That's not trolling. That's just dialogue. So, congrats on the trolling. You know? Husker says, yeah, I saw that coming. They follow a bunch of fash accounts with a few operator in the name, which is a move for losers, including a few cops and a SWAT guy. Oh, well, thank you for that. Husker do. I appreciate that. They're just literally engaged in conversation with us. Is that what? Yeah, I've trolled you by having a productive chat. Just fucking with you by asking questions and learning things. Get wrecked, lefties. Yeah, oh, I'm so triggered. Yeah, I'm gonna cry now and piss and shit and cum. You know? Yeah, yesterday I trolled a coffee barista by buying a coffee and saying thank you and paying them. But actually, I hate baristas. I hate everything they do. And then I poured the coffee down the drain. That's what that was, isn't it? That's what that was. That's literally like, I trolled. I went to the supermarket yesterday and I bought a sandwich and then I put it on the ground and I pissed on it. That's what I did. That's because I hate supermarkets. Yeah, I bought Nike trainers and then I set them on fire because they're so woke. Yeah, I really showed the lefties there, didn't I? Fucking, are you like, honestly, at this point, it's like, it's too easy. It's actually too easy. Like, what, honestly, and like, that has done nothing. Like, you know, if anything, that person was like, yeah, Trump 2024, fuck Antifa. Like, that's done nothing to hurt my morale. If anything, I'm encouraged in my far left, extreme left beliefs in the fact that you were so hopeless and useless. And in fact, laughable. The fact that there are just kids who don't understand how anything works, who are the main people opposing Antifa, is hilarious to me. And that's very funny. Gonna troll my boss later by going to work. Secretly, I hate work, but I did it anyway. Well, actually, that is something that has to happen, isn't it? That's unfortunate. Yeah, honestly, seeing our opposition, I'm emboldened. Yeah, I agree. Online activism is when you try to troll a leftist chat, but you don't do that at all. Hello, Master of the Art. Welcome in. And Sam Beldam's here as well. And Beanie Gaby. Look at all these folks coming in now as well. You know, for every fash that attempts to troll the chat, there's like 5 more leftists coming into the stream and saying hi, bolstering my viewership and my popularity on Twitch and possibly my income. Speaking of which, please, if you are financially able, consider subbing off Twitch using the sub off Twitch command in the chat. Follow that link to my Streamlabs account. Give me money. I need it to survive. I'd really like to hit £600 by the end of the day today, by the end of the stream. So if we could get that, that'd be great. That's only £50 or something. So if there's like 10 people in the chat who could donate £5, that would be amazing. If we could start a £5 dono train, I'd love that. Obviously, no pressure. Please consider it if you're financially able. If you're not financially able, don't worry. What you can do instead is you can retweet the Go Live tweet, which I'll find in a second. There it is. And support me by promoting my stream. You can have a $5 tomorrow. Thank you, Lyra. I'll look forward to getting my $5 from you tomorrow. But yeah, anyway, should we move on? Should we get back to watching this video? After being owned so hard in the marketplace of ideas.
Came to women's rights. People took to the courts to address issues like workplace sexual harassment. On the domestic front, women were fighting to get laws on the books about things like spousal rape. Throughout the history of in-person activism, there were significant risks to the people involved. Freedom riders were murdered. Kent State student protesters were killed by the National Guard. Striking workers were beaten by police. Many were arrested and people lost jobs and community standing. But despite these dangers, it was clear that
oh my God,
worked.
Now I'm trolling by giving you my money.
Lexi, thank you so much. That's the 2nd dono that you've given to me today, and I think the 3rd dono that you've given to me this month, maybe even more. Thank you so much for the £5. Thank you so much for trolling me by giving me money. Thank you for supporting me off stream, and thank you for subbing off Twitch. Really appreciate that. Just got trolled, didn't I? Just got trolled. Martin XS says, sadly, this is the type of people that make me convinced that there will always be power-hungry, manipulative shitheads and idiots willing to follow and support them. Martin, welcome to the stream, first off. Martin, welcome to the stream. Martin. Are you serious? Martin? Are you serious, dude? Did you not see how pathetic that guy was? Did you not? Was there something that I missed there? Did I miss something that would say to me that I should absolutely fear a person like that? And that we need to be worried that, you know, that's how everybody is? Look how many people are in my chat right now. Don't tell me how many people are here because I'll get anxious or depressed depending on the number, right? But do you seriously think, with the amount of people who are here, who all believe in feeding, clothing, housing everybody, and bear in mind, that is not just the majority in my stream, that's the majority of people's beliefs in the world. Feeding, clothing, and housing people, and people that people should not be discriminated on based on their identity or what they believe, right? That is the majority held opinion in the world. And I can tell you that that is true for a fact because of the organizing that I do in real life, right? So please, 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 please do me a favor. Do not get doomed out by a fucking nerd like that. Because what's happened there, at the very least, what's happened there is that fucker is going to take that as a win. Right? Do you want to let him have that? Do you want to let him have that win on you? Yeah, that guy formed his ideology by playing CSGO. A sad clown and a fucking nobody, right? Do not let people like that doom pill you, right? Trust me. Trust me. Trust me. Stick around in the stream. Your doom pill will go away. I talk about it way too much at the minute, as it is anyway, but going outside and doing real life organizing and activism will actually... Whoa! Trash Bag Theatre, thank you so much for the £5. I appreciate that. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. And thank you for supporting me. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Are we doing it, folks? Is it a £5 dono train? Listen, there's been 2, so you know what that means, don't you? Hey, Blumhouse. Yeah, let's not. Listen, let's not. I know they are useless, but 2,000 of years of humans have shown me that people crave someone else to tell them instead of thinking, I will be doing my best regardless, but I'm not a cynical pessimist. Martin, I appreciate you, but humans have been around for longer than 2,000 years. Oh, that's the wrong screen. Listen, you'll get there. You'll get there. No, it's not a video. No, it's not a video. Listen, let's not single people out just for being a bit of a doomer. It happens. We're here to support doomers. Right, listen, chat. This is the unofficial hype train. I want to see a dono train. If we can hit £600 before the end of this video, we'll have the extended trash bingus. How about that? How about that? You don't even have to get me to £800. Just get me to £600. If you do it before the end of this video, we'll have the extended trash bingus anyway. And then I'll come up with another incentive. I'll come up with another incentive after that. Get those donos coming in. It's fucking sub off Twitch. Right there. Get it followed. Get it done. You know what's good. You know what's good. Listen, I'm just going to eat this while this happens. You know, if you're feeling a bit doom-pilled about that little fucking twat who was just in the chat, the fact that he's banned now and people are giving me, a leftist, money to tell people to go outside and organize. Yeah!
It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
Adorable69, thank you so much for the £5. You've done a little trolling. You've trolled me. Thank you so much. This is your second dono this week. Thank you so much for the £5. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Let's go. You know, they're giving us money. People are giving me money to inspire them to go outside and do the revolution. That book is written, Martin. You should totally get The Dawn of Everything by Graeber and Wengrow. It's really, really good if you're a book person. Beanie!
Cheeky fiver time, is it?
Oh, cheeky fiver time, mate. Thank you so much, Beanie Gaby, for the £5. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. We're doing it, folks. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. The least I can do after you got me out of my huge doomer slump in October after watching your Doomerism is cringe video. You could also watch my video, Martin. Oh, Julia.
Have my money, you lovely man.
Julia, thank you so much for the £5. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. What was I saying just then? Martin, you can watch my video, Doomerism is cringe, on YouTube if you like. Just check out the socials. Go to my YouTube channel. It's right there. And you'll find it. It's one of my most popular videos. It's got like the picture of the Wojak and the and a burning earth or something. Listen, chat, we're at 2/3 of the way through the video. We've only got a limited amount of time. A limited amount of time to unlock extended trash bingus. The unofficial hype train is happening. It's going on right now. Thank you so much for everyone who's donated already. We've already raised 25 quid. We only need another 5 people to donate 5 quid in the next 30 seconds. And we'll unlock an extended trash bingus. Oh my God, the sub off Twitch link is literally right here in the chat. It's literally right there. Oh my God. Fucking hell. Yes, you made it back just in time for the spinning rat. You did. Oh my God. Literally 27 quid. It could happen here. It could literally happen here. Well, anyway, we didn't make it. But thank you so much, everybody who donated. Thank you so much, everybody who donated to the unofficial hype train. Really appreciate that. Right, I'll give you an extended chance. How about that? I'm gonna go and have a wee now, right? And if I've got the donos by the time I get back, then I'll still do it. How about that? How about that? How about that for an offer? Back in a tick. Did it happen? Did it happen? It did not happen. But that's okay. It's fine. It's one of those things. Shit happens. Also, piss happens. Which is what I just did. So there you go. Anyway. Listen, chat, maybe we'll watch this video. At some stage. Maybe we'll actually get through watching this video. Wow, not a fan of some of Chair's ideological views. Yeah, the Chair is a bit of a Stalinist, unfortunately. Yeah, not good. Oh, were you on about this vid? This wisecrack vid? Yeah, sorry, Willada. Here's the video. Yeah, there you go. Sometimes it is like that. I agree. Yeah,
the best way to threaten structures of power was to assemble the masses. But with the mainstreaming of the internet, the way America did activism was about to shift. The first major internet-savvy political movement was led by the Zapatistas.
No worries, Rolado. Thank you for being here. Have a good day.
Revolutionary group with autonomous territory. No longer dependent on journalists to publicize their cause, these activists were able to rapidly dispatch information on internet hubs. In the 90s, activist campaigns used bulletin boards and email newsletters to bypass the traditional media. Success was mixed, as the internet was still new and not yet ubiquitous. It would take the popularity of social media to really get things cooking. That shift is typified by the infamous Kony 2012 campaign. In case you missed it, 3 white dudes from Southern California started the charity Invisible Children and created a video campaign to raise awareness about Ugandan militant and leader of the Lord's Resistance Army, Joseph Kony. Their ultimate goal was to get him arrested for his crimes, which included the conscription of Ugandan children into brutal militia service. The video received over 100 million views in a week, making it the most watched video in YouTube history. Kony 2012 went viral on Twitter and Facebook and led to viewing parties, flyering excursions, major celebrity support, and so many freaking stickers. If the goal was to make Kony famous, they were successful. But there was one major problem. Ugandans hadn't asked for this, and the video's content was outdated and oversimplified. It played to the West view of Africa as an unruly continent in need of Western saviors. And Uganda, which the Lonely Planet Guide had just listed as a top tourist destination, suddenly saw its tourism industry tank. What's more, Invisible Children was spending most of its money marketing to Americans rather than supporting efforts in Uganda. Oh, and there was the whole situation where one of the founders started jacking off in the streets of San Diego, which has been immortalized forever by South Park. I'm gonna go out jacking it in San Diego. Fallout was swift. and invisible children went on defense. Kony was never arrested, though his army shrank, and by 2017, the Ugandan government deemed him no longer a threat.
Yeah.
Still, rather than becoming a cautionary tale, Kony 2012 kind of became the gold star example of how to do activism on the internet. And alongside that came criticisms of the new practice, derisively dubbed clicktivism, or worse, slacktivism. To many, clicktivism looked pretty impotent, unlike the invisible children guy who did not look impotent in the streets of San Diego. Some argue that people on the internet don't actually do anything about the causes they post about, but merely—
oh, you're not missing out, Daniel, honestly.
—out from appearing to be activists, even if they're uninformed or not actually affecting positive change. And to some—
damn, I know a bunch of people like that on the internet. Love the internet. Hashtag activism. Well, it's evolved to be more than that, hasn't it now? It's evolved to be more than that, with people who sort of like cultivate a cult of personality following on the internet. You know, Twitch streams, for example. You know, you're all in my cult of personality, aren't you? Apart from the problem with that is that it's not actually a cult. It's all very based and good. And you should not listen. If anyone ever tells you that it's a cult, I need you to tell me who that is. Where they live. No, don't. Listen, I'm joking. That could get me done. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that there are a lot of people out there who are like, yeah, what we do is we basically appear to be doing a lot of good work, and we just don't really do anything else than that. That's it, and nothing else is done. And that's the end of that, isn't it?
To some extent, recent history supports this critique. Years after the women's marches and vagina hats, reproductive choice is under threat in new and more immediate ways. Post Standing Rock, more pipelines have been built, including the Dakota Access Pipeline. Flint, Michigan, and a growing number of primarily black communities still face water crises. More and more restrictive legislation is
waiting orders, sir.
rights to trans people, despite the increased visibility of pride. After the murder of George Floyd, defunding or decreasing funding to the police became a rallying cry online, and it seemed to catch on. For a time in 2020, polls showed that black people, young people, and Democrats were more in favor of cutting police spending than increasing it. By 2021, however, that had flipped. President Joe Biden spoke out, saying that the police should actually be given even more money. And polls show that most Americans now agree.
Yeah, but the thing is that that's Joe Biden. You know, support for defunding the police collapsed in 2021 with steep drops among black adults and Democrats. Oh.
Online activism can make—
oh, so Joe Biden actually actively had an effect on people's opinions of defunding the police. That sucks.
Seem like
hate that
agrees about certain causes, and that change is imminent, even if the
There's always been a racist authoritarian, yeah.
Same. And many of online activism's biggest success stories have pretty limited scope. Things like Me Too may have changed the entertainment industry, as have calls for equal pay between—
people think he's an ally because he was like mates with Obama. I think that's one of the most insane things I've ever heard. You know, like, oh yeah, Joe Biden, he was really good mates with Obama, wasn't he? So he can't be racist. Like, you just did the black friend thing. Like, that's what you did when you said that. You know what I mean? Oh, Thamuel, listen, honestly, it's not even a thing. It's not even a thing. I'm pretty sure Peanut Butter Princess understood back then. You know, ages ago when you first said sorry. It doesn't, honestly, it's fine. Don't worry about it. You're all good. You're all good. Don't over apologize. That's one bit of advice I'd give you. You're honestly literally fine. Yeah, it's just the black friend argument that people sort of made about, you know, about fucking Joe Biden and shit. Yeah, it can't be homophobes. They got gay members. Yeah, you know. So,
male and female co-stars. But that hasn't coincided with a huge shift in the workplace at large. Most people say workplace culture has improved, but only minimally. In a Harvard Business Review survey, only 16% of women and 14% of men said their workplace had actually implemented new policies, procedures, or systems that make it easier for people to speak up about sexual harassment. A good chunk of respondents also reported they or someone they knew had been harassed in the workplace since these movements began. And then,
so like the main thing that I would say here is that we've got a 16% increase and a 14% increase of two demographics, right? And, you know, where are we getting these statistics from? I don't know, right? But it is generally known that, you know, sort of harassment training, like Peanut Butter Princess is saying here in the chat, like workplace harassment training and stuff like that is dog shit. It's a joke, generally speaking. But there have been an increase of, you know, people are saying, oh yeah, there's new policies like, you know, like gender neutral toilets or something, or, you know, people are putting tampons in the men's and shit like that. You know, stuff like that is like fairly good, and you see that kind of regularly. But it's not good enough, is it? It's only 16 and 14%, and how much of that 16 and 14% are just talking about like bare minimum stuff, and how many of them are talking about genuinely progressive things, right? And that is because online activism, while worthwhile in this regard, not just like posting disease, right, is it needs to be flanked by IRL activism. Like, that's the problem, isn't it? It needs to be flanked by IRL activism, peaceful protest. You know, and in some situations we will see the more extreme version of protest running alongside a peaceful protest movement, because sometimes peaceful protest movements are not enough. So there you go. You got to demand the world so you can get haggled down to your fair share. Right, exactly, yeah. We had a big stink in German media a few weeks ago because of tampons in the men's toilets. Right, I've been touching so much grass recently, folks, yeah, that I've actually seen tampons in men's toilets in about 5 different places, right? And guess what? No one says anything about it. It's literally fine, right? So when you see this nonsense culture war shit in the media, you've just got to say, oi, fuck off. Do you know what I mean? That's all it is. Do you have to pay for them there? Yeah, you got to pay for tampons. You got to pay for whatever, you know. But in the toilets, you could just grab them for free. Like, they're just there, you know. And they're not just in the men's, like, they're in gender-neutral toilets. So anyone can get them in any toilet. It's not just, like, trans men. It's not like, you know, cis women can't get them either. Yeah, literally no one died. So it's like, it's fine. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck?
There's the 65% of the men surveyed who reported feeling less safe to mentor and coach people.
Oh, no, they just put them on, like, trays and shit. And they do that in the women's as well, I've heard. Like, if there's a separate men and women's toilet. But generally speaking, in gender-neutral toilets, there's literally just, like, tampons for everyone to just have, you know what I mean, if they need it, which is great.
Sex. So the changes brought by Me Too.
One of the best ones. Like, I've been to a couple of places in Manchester where the sign on the toilets has literally just been replaced by to everyone. Like, it just says everyone. There's just a door that says everyone, and it's fucking mint. It's great. That shit rocks. There's more of that. And by the way, that is commonplace in Manchester. Like, I would say that 60% of, not just taking this money for, not just taking this number from this article here, but I would genuinely say about 60% of the places in Manchester have gender neutral toilets, where either the gender neutral toilets are just kind of labeled as toilets, and, you know, or they've changed it to something based where it just says, like, everyone, you know?
Men feeling more afraid of getting in trouble than they were before, rather than increased institutional support or a change in mindset. So what went wrong? Before we dive in, I wanted to quickly let you know about our Patreon page. It is the most direct way that you can support the channel and online activism. We'd argue that one of the central problems is the illusion that the internet functions as a truly public space. Building off a philosopher...
Right, yeah, exactly. Holy fucking shit.
This idea of the bourgeois public sphere, many look at social media as a place where groups who are often marginalized by society...
Like, this is the problem with Twitter, right? You know, Twitter's been a great place for activism, but also it's been bad for activism, hasn't it? Because, you know, organizations have been fucked over by people finding out their information that's available on Twitter, and then cops go in there and, you know, taking it down because they've either been informed by someone who runs, you know, Twitter, or, like, you know, been tipped off by a staff member or something like that, or even just someone on Twitter who's a hateful bastard, right? And generally speaking, most people agree that in public places, Nazis shouldn't exist, right? They just shouldn't be there. So it's kind of like, well, we don't have a public space, do we? You know, the internet should be, like, social media should be a public service. You know, it shouldn't be owned by someone like Elon Musk. It shouldn't be owned by someone, you know, even previously like Jack, right? It should be a public service, just in the same way that the internet should be nationalized, broadband should be nationalized, so everybody can access it, because it's kind of a necessity in modern life at the minute, isn't it? You need it to find jobs, you need it to apply for jobs, you need it to, you know, if you're disabled, there's multiple things that you can do on the internet that you couldn't do before, and, you know, extremely important, so there you go. What's the state of public transit in Manchester? It's okay. We've got a tram service. We've got buses that are pretty good, pretty cheap. We've got trams. You could get everywhere quite easily if that's what you're asking. If that's what you're asking. But again, public transport, it's not public. It's all privatized, you know? So, yeah.
Withdraw from and push back against dominant narratives. In reality, though, we don't own these online spaces, and they're heavily manipulated by those who do. A problem faced by
rent is not affordable in Manchester. No, sorry.
Journalism establishment, which mediated their message and channel.
Sorry, no, it literally isn't. It's, you know, like, sorry to like, you know, advertise Manchester as this place that's really good for trans people, you know, and then be like, no, sorry, there's no way. There's no way you're going to be able to afford to live here. But I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not the kind of person that would just lie to you. Unless I was making a joke. And then I'd be like, I was being sarcastic then. Yeah, really good for rich trans people. Well, you know, some of the trans people who live here already are lucky that they've fallen in with like an affordable rent. You know, but it's one of them, innit? Yeah, right. Yeah, rent isn't affordable anywhere. Thanks for that, Vanguard, Citadel, BlackRock. Yeah. It was not just. I don't even know if it's, you know, it's just this market of investment properties, isn't it? And buy-to-let properties. It's just so shit.
Initially, internet activism seemed like a way to bypass these forces, giving people an unmediated voice that cost nothing more than a hosting fee. But today, with social media being largely free, the price we pay is being advertised to, subjected to the algorithms that filter content, being under constant surveillance, subject to the whims of billionaire CEOs in hugely under-regulated terrain. This has consequences. As anthropologist Ronald Neeson put it, technology has become both a remedy for the most insidious crimes against humanity and a vehicle for their perpetration. While
Holy shit.
Be freely creating content online, the owners of the platforms we're creating on bear little responsibility for anything that might be posted there. That's opposed to, say, the way a TV network would be in huge trouble if one of their sitcoms promoted anti-Semitism.
Right.
In other words, while social media gives us the appearance of a free public square, in reality, it is the ultimate private space, owned and controlled with little to no transparency as to how leadership operates or makes decisions.
I think this video is pretty fucking good so far, folks. What do we reckon?
Say traditional media, which is at least beholden to some government regulation and public accountability. What's more, a big hindrance to online activism is that social justice movements can be co-opted by the very corporations often causing harm. And they can pay for the advertising to get their initiatives spread far and wide, squashing activists and organizations fighting for changes that would negatively impact the corporations. Sometimes brands simply co-opt the language and imagery of activist causes, like the Kendall Jenner Pepsi commercial. While this particular case was laughably ineffective, other corporations are more successful at making consumers think that buying their product means supporting activist causes. For example,
okay, fair enough.
63% of people surveyed in a public relations poll said they expected brands that made statements about the murder of George Floyd to follow up with action. And yet, as diversity consultant Pepper Miller argues, the corporate response can feel a bit toothless when it comes to fighting for racial equality. After all, only 4
Woke Brands is a pretty good video.
H-Bomber guy, yeah. Told the BBC, companies need to draw long-term plans for social inclusion and racial equality that go beyond them saying that they stand with black people. Experience, however, tells me...
Oh, yeah, sure. Howard's mum was a character on Big Bang and more... Is it Mort's? Is that that character's name on Family Guy? Yeah, mild anti-Semitism seems to be a-okay. Of course,
Not
yeah.
the case. Most initiatives are one-offs. Other times, activist branding by corporations is blatantly hypocritical.
Or what would you call it? Would you call it mild anti-Semitism? What would you call it? Like casual anti-Semitism, right? Sort of like stereotyping, right?
Disney publicly
mild
celebrated
stereotyping. I don't know.
Internally donating
Medium
money to
stereotyping.
politicians who oppose queer rights. To any
It's just
Disney fans
stereotyping,
who are
isn't it?
watching, waiting for me to say something negative about Disney, you got me. And in the worst cases, brands and corporations supposedly engaging in activism are actually harming the causes they claim to champion while distracting from sincere activist efforts. Take oil companies. BP, aka British Petroleum, first popularized the term carbon footprint in the early 2000s, and in 2004 introduced an online carbon footprint calculator to show how we're each contributing to the climate catastrophe. It'd be like if Jeffrey Dahmer made an online quiz called, "Are you potentially a murderer?" But individual actions in the grand scheme of things are not largely responsible for our ever-heating planet. Indeed, as of 2019, a mere 20 corporations were found responsible for more than 1/3 of modern greenhouse gas emissions. This was arguably propaganda disguised as activism, shifting the blame from fossil fuel companies exploiting our natural resources onto everyday consumers. Now, a cottage industry of eco-friendly influencers is cropped up with tips on how we too can tackle climate change with our daily habits, because it's our fault. And while we are all for reducing waste and taking social responsibility, making good consumer choices is really just a fraction of the battle. And as we've learned, it typically takes people putting their bodies and livelihoods in harm's way to attract enough attention and political will to make meaningful change possible. But the problem isn't just brands telling us we can shop our way to freedom or a healthier planet. A good chunk of the issue is with
that's right, semiotic.
Internet outrage and opinions move really fast. And effective activism,
corporate version of both sides, sure, yeah.
And it's not going to give you a dopamine hit. Whether it's Ukrainian flags on our profiles, outrage at the treatment of Palestinians, or circulating body cam footage of the latest civilian shot by police, we've all become experts at getting quickly riled up about an injustice with no clear goal as to what we're demanding and from whom. Sure, the occasional wayward Karen or Chad loses their job for saying or doing something blatantly racist in broad daylight. Or Kanye gets locked out of his social media accounts for going anti-Semite on Maine. But bursts of outrage, quickly forgotten, can only take a cause so far. It was a full decade between Brown v. Board and the Civil Rights Act of 1964, with a good century of activism behind it. Women spent decades campaigning for the right to vote, and ongoing battles for equality rage on. But the internet has a short memory, and inevitably, all but the most dedicated stop posting and move on. And according to sociologist Dr. Zeynep Tufekci, these types of digital spaces foster communities that are like undifferentiated masses, which end up dissolving because they're simply too big and diffuse to accomplish anything. And to that point, let's be real. We pay a lot of attention to Twitter when it comes to
spoke about this several times on the Code Switch podcast.
23% of American adults use Twitter, and those users tend to skew younger and more progressive. On top of that, 97% of tweets are produced by 25% of users. So what can feel
decrease in support for Black Lives Matter,
Twitter user isn't even on the radar of your next door neighbor or your parents.
Well, people are sort of seeing Black Lives Matter as the forefront of the anti-racist ideology, right? They're seeing it as the biggest movement associated with anti-racism, right? Specifically anti-black racism. And so, you know, there was that organizer of Black Lives Matter that used funds that have been donated to Black Lives Matter for something fucked up. I can't remember what it was. They were stealing funds or some shit. And so loads of people were like, oh, shit, that's problematic. I no longer support Black Lives Matter, right? And in their head, what that meant was, oh, I no longer support anti-racism activism or some shit. I don't know. Like, maybe that's what happened. You know, which is stupid. You know, it's literally fucking stupid. Because why would you do that? Literally, why would you do that?
The kid doing TikTok dances outside your office. Darren, we see your dance. It's not good. Go back to school. On the other hand, there is no evidence to show that liking and sharing causes on social media.
It wasn't even the Black Lives Matter, but something with the same name. Oh, is that right? Well, yeah, there you go. Yeah. So that shit was, you know, absurd, you know?
Dampens participation in activism among people who were already inclined to do it. Lots of people hit the retweet button and pat themselves on the back, but those people likely weren't going to be super engaged in the first place. At least they've now spread the word so that folks willing to put their boots on the ground know and can show up. And there are studies that show that people who are deeply engaged with politics.
What are you on about the guy that I just banned, Skidated?
Are likely to be politically active in real life, with a correlation between political tweeting and actual civic engagement. So maybe the question isn't whether social media is inherently good or bad.
Right, exactly. Yeah, lots of charity companies end up doing shitty stuff, but helping people is still good. Like this is kind of what I'm saying in terms of this like absurd culture that we have at the moment online, where everyone is like, oh my god, this person did something wrong, now we must never support them ever again. They're problematic now, hun. Sorry, you know, slay the boots down, hunty. Problematic. So we're not supporting Black Lives Matter anymore because one person out of like a million, you know, did a bad thing and they had Black Lives Matter in the bio, so there you go. Oh shit, I think I just missed my first ever Be Real chat. I'm gonna have to post a late Be Real. Right, chat, it's Be Real time. Are you ready? Are you ready? Everybody say hi to Be Real. Are you ready? Right. Okay. Or whatever you want. Say whatever you want to Be Real, because it's Be Real, isn't it? And we're not manufacturing this whatsoever. We're just literally like, you know, we're doing whatever. We're just doing whatever. Like it's normal. This is normal. This is being real. But whatever you want. That's very good, very smart of you there, Carolina Lena. Thank you. Yeah. All right, we got a couple of them. Who's Be Real? It's an app. Hello, Be Communist. Yeah, nice, nice. Yeah, that's good. Oh, I like the oh whoa hey oh whoa. That's pretty cool as well. There you go. Yeah, yeah. Jeff Bezos stinky socks. Yeah. Oh fuck. Right, come on, let's go. Let's go. That might be enough, actually. Okay, do you know what? That might be enough. I don't want to pressure chat too much, you know? Okay, hopefully that... Wait, let me do it again. Let me do it again. Oh, I didn't do well. Right, okay. Yeah. All right, sweet. I did it. Brilliant. Well done, chat. Well done. Look, there's you. Look, there's you. Oh, look, it green screens out me on the Be Real as well. Look at that. That's fucking well funny. Incredible. That was activism, folks. Yeah, that was literally just activism. So there you go. Right, there you go.
Maybe the real question is, are we using it the right way? And actually, it seems that progressive activists could actually learn something from more conservative.
Congrats on the praxis, everybody. Yeah, we just did an activism.
To ban the teaching of critical race theory in schools, along with trans athletes from competing in school sports, not to mention the ongoing fight against abortion rights is any indication, right-wing activists are getting things done, as many of these campaigns are being forged largely on places like Twitter and Facebook, even if they might be oppositional to the aims of most progressive activists. But regardless, the organizational part of social media is hard. It's a great hub or bulletin board, but prone to foster giant movements that have limited ability for change because they're too big, too diffuse, too full of people who don't actually agree on much. And they're being circulated on platforms run by folks whose algorithmic imperative is for you to buy stuff, not protest the structures that keep them powerful. As
there you go.
Dean Freelon put it, most truly effective activist movements in the 21st century are multi-pronged. And if we understand social media as just one of many tools in the activist toolbox, while acknowledging that buying Colin Kaepernick branded Nikes and replacing our paper towels with cloth ones isn't going to solve racism or climate change, maybe it'll feel less futile next time you click retweet on the tweet about how a politician is bad. But
sick and tired of that one guy in office. You know the one. I think it's about time we do something about that guy. He's bad. Yeah. Hashtag power to the people 2022. Hashtag blessed. Hashtag this is America. Yeah. I've seen this tweet. I've actually seen this tweet. You know?
Next time, you click retweet on the tweet about how a politician is bad. But what do you all think? Can places like this website be useful?
Oh, Lyra!
I regret to inform you that I am F*** with you.
Okay. Thanks so much, Lyra. Thank you so much for the £5. Thank you so much for asterisking with me. I just got trolled. I can't believe I just got trolled.
Fostering social movements, or are we just here to stay distracted?
Thank you for subbing up Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. I appreciate you.
And also,
hoodwinked even.
other places. You can follow us on
that was a pretty good video, wasn't it, chat? That was pretty good. Right, listen. Unfortunately, we don't have time for the rest of the content that I wanted to look at, but that's fine because it means I've got content for tomorrow. Very excited for that. But what we're going to do is we're going to take a little look at some Zafrank. It's been a while since we've since we've watched Zafrank, isn't it? So it's time for some cool animal facts with Zafrank. This video is called The Self-Sacrificing Amoeba. It looks pretty cool. I'm very excited to watch that. We love some Zafrank. What was I going to do just then? Hey, Sorka, what's going on? Welcome in. Good to see you. No, I'm not done. No, I'm not ending the stream. No, the stream's not over. Don't worry about it. No, don't worry. Everything's fine. Is this video about you? I hope not. Chat, I'm tired. What am I doing? Oh, I've figured it out. Self-sacrificing amiibo. That's right, yeah. I guess we can throw up a content warning for animal death, because that's probably a thing that's going to happen, even though these are like microbes. Animal death. Just in case, you never know. I'll tell you something funny, folks. So my partner's a vegan, yeah? And I am not. And the other day, she found a silverfish in a flat. And she was going to squish it, and I stopped her. Because even though I find it hard to stop eating meat, I'm not about to kill a silverfish. It's a little thing. If you can save it, throw it out the window, it'll survive. Little things, in case you don't know, they're affected differently by gravity. They won't like smush into paste on the floor because they'll actually be carried a little bit by the wind. So I tried to stop silverfish from dying, so I got a glass and I tried to edge it just under this piece of paper very slowly like that. And what I didn't know about silverfish is that they're very fragile, right? And so when I was like scraping it in, I smushed it by accident. And I was fucking gutted. I couldn't believe it. I was genuinely devastated. But my partner, who's a vegan, by the way, was like, oh, it's fine. Whatever. Who cares? Dealt with. And I'm like, well, you're cancelled, aren't you? So that's that. That's me cancelling my partner. Live on Twitch. Baby, you're cancelled. Sorry. We did it here live on stream. So, you know. Unironically F. Yeah, I know. I know. Can't believe it. Anyway. Right. I I had D&D today, and my uni group's DM is absolutely shit. Randomly made my character responsible for killing 300 small pets because I damaged the shop roof. Oh my god, Soccer, that sucks. She's not a vegan for health. She's a vegan for animal liberation, which didn't make sense to me. It didn't make sense to me that she wanted to kill this silverfish. Are there ethical ways to get rid of infestation like roaches? No, I don't know. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. But how do you do that? Are there any vegans in the chat who know how to do that? Like how to get rid of rodents and roaches ethically? Is there a possible you could do that? Possible way you could do that? Hey, Lorcan, what's going on? Welcome in. Right, what am I doing here? What am I actually doing? Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Move? Yeah, it's not as easy as that, is it? Rodents, you can get a K-live trap. Oh, interesting. Okay, that's good to know. And then you release them somewhere, do you? Yeah. Yeah, we're watching the amoeba video. Yeah, sorry, it's my bad. Right, okay, getting distracted. Just had to cancel my partner on Twitter. On Twitch, live on Twitch. Oh, a live trap. Right, okay. Not a K live trap, a live trap. Is that what it's called? Yeah. You can move out mice, but you don't have much choice with bugs. Relatively ethical tape traps for bugs. How do they get out if they're stuck to tape? Your cats are doing things to the mice. Well, yeah, cats are naturally going to kill mice, aren't they? Yeah, they're naturally going to do that. Touchgrass Lamau, that was the name of the previous bit. Animal facts. That's the bit of the stream that we're at now. That's what we're doing. So, stream music ended at the same time. Shit, the next track started. Fuck, hate that. Anyway, there we go. Tape is weak enough they can work their way out of him. Oh, okay, cool. Just like all the spiders eat the other bugs. Yeah, I mean, you know, do spiders eat roaches? How many spiders can eat how many roaches in one day? Will the spider population outnumber the roach population? Can spiders eat more than one roach a week? Because predators, generally speaking, are capable of eating a thingy. Silverfish are attracted to moisture. If you can eliminate the moisture, they find it less appealing. Well, that's it, isn't it, as well? That's it, isn't it? It's like, it's the landlord's fault because the house has obviously got a bit of damp, hasn't it? That's what it is. So, there you go. Anyway.
This episode sponsored by Brilliant. Learn to think. This is a bizarre story about sex, sacrifice, clones, cannibals. There's even a parade. But we'll get to that in a minute. Here is where our story begins. This is a single spore of Dictyostelium discoideum, let's call it Dicky, and it's just about to hatch. Dicky is found in the dirt pretty much every...
Yeah, we watched that video on stream a week ago, Sorka.
...plant or a fungus. It's a real bitch clue for 20 questions, I'll tell you that. Dicky is a cellular slime mold, and it goes about this whole life thing a bit differently. Dicky emerges from the spore as a single cell, a type of cell called an amoeba. Inside, it has a single set of genes in a little ball called a nucleus. But Dicky is very small, so here's some larger amoebae so we can have a look. It looks a bit like a sneeze, but not just any sneeze. It's the one that comes on suddenly while you're eating. There's little bits in it.
Oh, gross.
Their shape to create pseudopodia or false feet. They look a bit flat under a microscope, but think of them as a ball that can googe out in any direction.
Nah, it's okay, Sorka, don't worry.
Now, these amoeba are born hungry and ready to hunt. This one's going after bacteria.
That seems pretty smart, Lorcan, yeah.
That one got away. They don't have a mouth or a brain. I mean, come on, they're a single cell. So to eat, they surround their prey and pull them inside of their body. It's somewhere between a hug and a horror film.
Yes.
You should know, you have very similar cells all throughout your body. Here's
gooch.
A white blood cell called a macrophage. It crawls around and eats up things that aren't supposed to be there.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, back to our Dickie. After a little snack, Dickie divides into two. It makes a copy of its nucleus where its genetic material is stored and then sort of pinches itself off like a loaf. And then it's like, good luck, Richard. Oh, thanks, Richard. It was fun being you. I mean, us. Whatever. Later. And they go their separate ways. And then they eat, and then they divide. And pretty soon you've got a whole shitload of them, and guess what? They've eaten all the food. Now here's where it gets weird. When Dictyostelium discoideum runs out of food, something remarkable happens.
Back to our Dickie.
Hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of individual amoeba stop eating, stop dividing, and do this. Look at it. It's crazy. They all come back together. Before we go any further, here's a refresher on how we do it. We start off as two single cells. There's a sperm cell that has a nucleus.
You main macrophage in Final Fantasy XIV, do you?
It can't eat, can't make copies of itself. It can move a little, but once it's out there, it doesn't just all spontaneously come back together. Imagine waking up to that. Slip and break your ankle. The other cell is an egg cell that has a nucleus with genetic.
Yeah, this is the hot part.
Biological mother.
Listen, I have to be careful with this, chat. I could get banned for showing this on stream. This is extremely graphic reproduction scenes of animals, so you've got to be careful with this. This will get you banned off Twitch.
It's only when those two cells...
Being sarcastic, that's what that was.
...meet and combine their nuclei into one, that this new cell can start dividing.
Oh, holy shit.
Copies of itself, they don't...
Whoa.
Nilly, they stick together in a little ball.
Don't be horny about this, please, Twitch chat.
All sorts of different cells. And that's how animals...
Yeah, sex, poggers, yeah.
...sea urchins to us. Certainly not this crazy Deadpool shit. Anyway, let me explain what's going on here. It starts with a single amoeba, usually one that's already in a cluster with other amoebae nearby. This starving cell starts to release a pulse every 6 minutes or so of a chemical messenger called cyclic AMP. This burst of chemicals diffuses and spreads out through the environment. When it reaches other amoebae, two things...
Oh my god, I know what you're on about, Thomuel, yeah.
...move in the direction of the rising chemical concentration. The other thing they do is they give off their own burst of cyclic AMP. As this signal spreads throughout the population of Dickies,
the biggest single-celled organism in the world is structured in the same way an aquatic alga called Caulerpa taxifolia. This thing. That thing right there, it's a single-celled animal. I believe it operates in the same way as a plant. The reason that it's green is that it's full of chlorophyll. Yeah, that's the guy. Yeah. Would I eat that? Would I eat that? Are you asking me that? Would I eat that? No, I wouldn't. It's a cherry tomato. You'd eat that. Well, that's fucked up, isn't it? You're all fucked up individuals. That's the problem. That's the problem with humans. Humans' first thought about everything is, should I eat this? And then they do it, and then 9 times out of 10, that's a mistake, isn't it? That's the problem with humanity, folks. That's the main problem. Would I tap it? You mean would I tap it as in like attach a tap to it in order to relieve some kind of pressure, like via a tap pressure-based mechanism such as a head tap? No, I wouldn't do that either. It's not my place to fuck with an organism like that. That's how horror movies start. Have you ever seen The Blob? Have you never seen The Blob? Right, listen, let me show you, listen. Right, let me show you. How do I find this scene? I can't find the scene. Is this it? There are 2 versions of The Blob, yeah. There are. Hang on. The Blob, the 1988 one's the best one. The Blob 1988, old man discovers Blob. That's what I need. That's the clip I need. Will this count as a death? Hang on, let me see if I can, if this is the first bit. Aha. Right, listen, chat. If you fuck with that, right? This is what happens. If you go around touching things like that, you get shit like this. Look what happens. Look, next thing you know, your fucking legs are gone, right? So, no, I will not be fucking with that in answer to your question. So there you go. That's the answer to that. You should watch The Blob, 1988. It's a very good film. It's very fun.
Waves and spiral patterns.
He farted his legs off. Yes, that's... yes, that's what happened.
That are so beautiful they can almost look fake. These waves of chemical attractants guide the amoeba into...
Yeah, he survives, yeah.
...towards a number of different aggregation centers.
Yeah, he does survive. He shitted.
The stream, they attach themselves...
Yeah, that's just normal. That just happens.
You can see them moving forward in a kind of rhythmic pulse. They are very much individuals, though, and if at this point they...
Unfortunately, Lorelei...
...separate ways.
Movie night... Listen, the Blob's contendership for movie night will have to be relegated to January, because... In December, we watch Christmas films. It's the only time of year that I can watch Christmas films, so we watch Christmas films. Generally speaking, what we do is we watch a classic Christmas film like Gremlins. It is a classic Christmas film. That's probably what's going to be on the docket for next month's movie night. And then on top of that, we watch an absolutely hilariously so bad it's good movie that's based on Christmas. So, yeah. Do we watch Muppet Christmas Carol? No. We don't. We watch the good puppet movie, Gremlins. That's what we do. So, there you go. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? There we go.
As these streams come together, they break up into little blobs of around 100,000...
It's the only good Christmas film, I agree.
...around. And then they do something remarkable. They start to... rise to the top of these little mounds.
Oh, I actually love Scrooged as well, Lorcan. Scrooged, the first time I watched Scrooged, it made me cry. If there's two types of film that can make me cry, folks, right? One of them is a Christmas film, right? Christmas films can make me cry. Second is a film where someone gets accepted for being gay by their family. Yeah, those ones. They make me cry.
Form a sort of finger, only a couple millimeters wide.
Or queer. Just queer. Not necessarily gay. Queer.
The whole thing
you know?
Starts to move. Look at all the ones on the bottom that missed the boat. And there they go, with the weak ones up front leading the way. And they're all like, woohoo, we're the leaders. It really doesn't end well for them, though. But we'll get to that after a brief message about our sponsor. Brilliant is a wonderful...
I think we'll just be getting to that immediately.
This slug, as the science hippies call it, looks like it's one thing, but it's actually a collection of individuals moving together. But these individuals,
oh, I hate that,
more or less identical to start, begin to change a bit. The ones up front, the first 20% or so of the slug, become more active as they lead the way, searching for the perfect combination of temperature, light, and acidity. These cells in the front of what can look like runaway dog peni also secrete a mucus that envelops the slug. Sort of a tube-like snot condom that the slug moves through and that collapses behind it. In the back, 80%
Hey,
of the
Pupacore, what's going on? Slug tube, that's right.
Follow along. This 1-to-4 ratio of cells in the front to
it's a sin made you cry.
Is very important. If things get wonky, cells will change from one type
runaway dog peni. That's what he said. Yeah, listen, listen. What do you need? What do you need? What do you want me to say? Yes, he did say that. Tube-like snot condom. Yes, he said that as well. What do you want me to say, peeps? What do you want me to...
Here just had its front part amputated. And you can watch as cells from the back switch types.
Lipstick on the loose, that's right.
When this little slug, made up of around 100,000 individual amoeba, finds just the right spot, it stops and forms a little mound of death. You'll see.
Peni, penis, yes. How is Babby formed?
Little bastards move to the top of the mound. And then the whole thing does a little dump squat, compressing towards the ground for a moment. Now, during that time, cells inside the mound collaborate to
I love a dump squat.
Or sheath out of cellulose. You can see it right there. As it squats, it pushes that tube down and fixes it to the ground. Now here's the
That's pretty good, Lorcan.
The amoebae that were in the front of the slug and led this whole posse to the perfect place climbed down into that tube and sacrificed themselves.
Does it look like Flubber? Does it look like Flubber? Listen, does it look like Flubber, or does Flubber look like that? Right? Which was here first? Microscopes which could see things like this, or Flubber? That's the question that we need answering right now. Does it look like Flubber, or does Flubber look like that? Right? That's, you know, look, what do you want me to say? You know, I can't be doing with this misinformation. Maybe Flubber is this. Well, I can't argue with that, can I? I genuinely can't argue with that.
To kind of digest their own insides. And
if you've never watched Flubber, you should, because it'll give you some kind of new awful fetish. Sorry, I didn't know where to go with that. All I remember from Flubber is that there's a bit where it's got an ass. That's what I remember from Flubber. I watched this as a child. That's all I remember. There's a bit where it's got an arse. And I just remember the arse bit. That's all. I don't remember anything else about Flubber other than it bouncing around everywhere and Robin Williams going, ooh, hey, and then it's got an arse. That's what I remember. So you're probably going to develop some kind of new fetish about that. Goo girls, there you go, you know? So, you know, just bear that in mind.
They use the parts to create a sort of balloon or vacuole inside of themselves. This vacuole draws in water and swells up.
A formative arse.
To a certain size, the amoeba hardens its outsides by creating a cell wall just like a plant tube. So that tube in the middle of the mound starts to become a rigid stalk made out of dead bodies. And it keeps growing upwards as more and more cells sacrifice themselves. Now the cells on the outside, the ones that...
The bit that comes to mind is when it goes in a guy's mouth and then out the other end. No, that didn't happen. I've repressed this movie. Flubber in and out. Is this something else? Have I found something different? Is this Wilson's Flubber moment? Is that what it's called? I refuse to believe that this is a real movie. I refuse to believe that this is a thing that happened. How did this happen, honestly?
Mommy.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, dude.
Mommy.
Okay, that is gonna be a new alert. That's one of the best things I've ever fucking seen. It like flies out of his ass. There's like a comedy. There's like a comedy bullet hole. Like he's not like it looks like metal. It looks like it looks like something that exploded out of a like a metal container. That's fucking brilliant. This is one of the aluminium pants. This is so good. This is one of the best things I've ever seen. I can't believe I forgot about this. Maybe I was just so ADHD as a child I wasn't paying attention. Maybe I was playing Pokemon or something. I don't know. You know? Yeah, make a mental note of this, chat. Very important. Very important. Robin Williams there as well, doing his best facial acting as well. That's another bit, isn't it? Anyway, let's crack on with this. Listen, we're talking about the real Flubber now. Hey, Petra P, what's going on? Yeah, I wish you could forget about it. Yeah, that's right.
Back of the slug, They go through...
Flubber is an alchemist, yeah.
Instead of swelling up and destroying themselves, they become smaller and rounder. They essentially turn into...
Yo, that guy just straight up would have died, right? If something came out of your ass at that velocity, you know, and listen, chat, I've eaten a lot of spicy food and I've had food poisoning. And some things have come out of my ass at an extreme velocity, right? I could take it, says Almost Elise in chat. Well, I don't believe you. There would be blood and shit everywhere. Listen, I vote for a reboot, a gritty reboot of Flubber, where Flubber is an antagonist, alien, sort of... well, it'd just be the Blob, wouldn't it? But it'd be small. I don't know. It'd be like the Blob, but small. The Blob if it didn't get bigger, right? You know. I have an IBD. I've had worse. Yeah, but like, you know what I mean? This is what I'm saying. It depends how viscous the Flubber is. Well, I imagine not very viscous because it... well, the thing with Flubber is that... Listen, chat, you're all loving this, aren't you? This how this lovely Animal Fact stream has turned into me talking about whether Flubber has got the physical properties in order to be able to blow someone's arsehole out. It's good that, isn't it? It's good that this is what the stream is. Listen, we're stopping this now. We're stopping this now. It's over. We're not talking about that anymore.
This slimy glob of spore cells.
It's done. It's done. It's done.
As stalk cells continue.
No more of that. We're watching the rest of this and we're learning stuff
and creating an upward force. Now this goes on looking like a blown-up condom until there aren't any stalk cells left.
Lyra.
A ball of spores is suspended high in the air, soon drying out and waiting to be dispersed to places where there might be more food. It's quite an achievement, especially from the perspective of a solitary amoeba. So here's the
line's been drawn. It's been drawn. That's it.
Amoeba that has the ability to turn into a stalk cell or a spore cell, sacrifice itself in order to let another amoeba live on. I know what you're thinking, you smarty little chicken nipple. If these amoeba are clones of one another, then they're sacrificing themselves for, well, themselves. But here's the thing, they're not all clones of each other. So when they send that cool chemical signal out to aggregate, unrelated amoebae and even amoebae from different species respond to the call. So
yo, this is nuts.
Prefer to link up with their clones.
I love this shit. This is so interesting.
And sometimes there's cheating, where one family of clones doesn't contribute to the stalk as much as the other. But apparently it's worth it to join up with as many amoeba as possible. Bigger slug, bigger stalk, more chances that your genes will be passed on.
Makes sense.
Down here, there's little tiny slugs trying to make their own stalks. Now I know what you're thinking, Smarty Puckerbottom. How can there be amoebae with different genes if all they do is...
Smarty Puckerbottom.
Well, these little dickies...
It's pretty cool, not gonna lie, exactly.
If
it is, isn't it?
Comes across another amoeba that is not a version of itself and is sexually compatible, they merge, just like our sperm and egg cell. And then it just does some normal shit. Just kidding. This new cell sends out the same chemical signal that it uses when it's starving. When nearby amoebae are like, oh cool, we're making a slug.
I can't wait to swim in a weird lake and have these dog dicks infest and digest my brain. Right.
It eats them. It eats a whole bunch of them, grows real big, and then walls itself.
What's that new fad that people do where they don't think about stuff like that and they like go and swim in reservoirs and get sucked down into the big reservoir hole and nearly die? What is that? Is it called natural swimming or something? It's like a new fad that everybody does. It's like, oh, I love natural swimming. I love going in. You know, I love going in water and not wearing a wetsuit or anything protective and getting Viles disease. I love that. I love swimming with rats and that thing that can swim up your urethra. I love that. You know? I thought natural swimming was when you swim in the UK sea and drink sewage. It is. Isn't normal swimming already natural swimming? I don't know what it is. It's called something else, I think. Is it... Yeah, is there unnatural swimming? Yeah, that's a good point. You know, what is unnatural? Should we get into the nitty-gritty of that? You know, anyway, no, we won't do that.
Macro
the Kangaroo, yeah. Wild swimming, that's what it is. Wild swimming. Yeah, that's what they call it. They call it wild swimming. They're like, yeah, wild swimming. But they don't do wild swimming because they're not in lakes, they're in reservoirs. And then they get told off for swimming in reservoirs because if you swim in a fucking reservoir, right, you will literally, like, get sucked into the big fucking hole that transports the water to the water supply and you'll fucking die. You know, you're asking for trouble doing that if you swim in a reservoir. These people are nuts. What's wrong with them? You know. But also, if you do natural swimming in a lake, please make sure you have a proper shower afterwards because you might get Weil's disease. And that's not fun. Should we have a quick look? Does anyone know what Weil's disease is? Give me a 1 in the chat if you know what Weil's disease is. Right? It's also known as, hang on. It's also known as leptospirosis. Right? Most people are saying 2, which means they don't know what it is. Right? Weil's disease is what you get if you drink the Rainbow Dash Pony jar. Oh, God. Oh, no. Pretty sure he was the singer in The Damned for a few months there. Fair enough, yeah. It's not the same thing, though, but... No, you don't get it from... You don't get it from... No, you don't get it from duck poo. Oh, but Bonbon C3PO seems to know about that. Weil's disease is also known as leptospirosis. Let me just bring this up. So harmful microorganisms. That's Weil's disease from rats, right? So basically, it's contracted from the urine of infected rats. The bacteria get into your body through cuts and scratches through the lining of the mouth, throat, and eyes after contact with infected urine or contaminated water. It's rare in the UK. Starts with flu-like symptoms with headache and muscle pains. More severe cases can lead to meningitis and kidney failure. So there you go. If you're going wild swimming, please have a wash afterwards. Make sure you do. It was the main thing that my teacher used to tell us when we used to go kayaking. You had 2 rats in your house once, yeah. Yeah. Got to be careful. So, there you go. Anyway.
It makes a whole...
Had a few patients with that over the years. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I can imagine.
Maybe with new combinations of genes. Complain about your day.
Yeah, in rare cases, fatal.
At least it's not like that. Imagine if your instinct was to have sex, order pizza, and then eat the delivery boy. What do you mean, what kind of pizza was it, Jerry? It doesn't matter. You're eating... Well, meat lovers. No, wait, vegetarian, for the irony. Or, hold on, you order the stuffed pizza, have the delivery boy eat it, and then eat the stuffed delivery boy. Get a side of ranch, Jerry.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, that was Frank there. Please make sure you go and follow Frank. Very, very funny guy. There's a lot of cool stuff on his channel. You could literally watch Frank for days on end, in my opinion. Anyway, I started trying to play music, but what happened instead was the Flubber video came back on again. So I'm just going to try and put some music back on. Yeah, there it is. Right, okay. Listen, chat, stop being so horny. What's wrong with you? No, we're not bringing back Flubber. This is my fault, isn't it? Listen, chat, that's it. It's the end of the stream. But you know what happens at the end of the stream? We raid one of my streamer friends, and one of my good streamer friends, Saria Slays, is live right now, and she is playing her first time playthrough of Silent Hill 2. It's an amazing game. I love the Silent Hill series. Please, please, please come with me as we raid Silent Hill. As we raid Saria Slay, she's playing Silent Hill. Yeah, thank you so much, everybody, for being here today. It's been a really fun stream. I've had a great fun time. Thank you, everyone, honestly. We're going to be back tomorrow with more content, more dunks on pathetic Trump supporters in the chat, incredible owning of people in the marketplace of ideas. That's what you all come to my stream for, isn't it? Anyway, so we are gonna go and raid. But before I do, thank you so much, everybody who has donated today. I really appreciate that. We got to 578 quid, which is really cool, just in general. So please consider donating if you can. Other than that, I appreciate all the donos. I appreciate all of the subs as well, and the bits. There's been bits today, and also the raids. We've had 2 massive raids from Zach App and Rob Rousseau. Thank you so much, fellas. Really appreciate the raids. And of course, thank you everybody for being here in chat, and thank you everybody for lurking, and everybody in the VOD channel for watching. Check out my socials. There's more of me there. In the meantime, see you later. Join me for the raid. Love you, love you, love you. Stay excellent to each other. Peace, 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 peace.